Chapter 279. Beginning to improve. An hour later, the two of them appeared in a secluded valley. This place was very remote and deserted. It was a good place to cultivate. Without saying anything, the two of them sat down cross-legged, took out the Yuan ancient panaceas, and began to cultivate. He took out a jade bottle and opened the cap. Immediately, a medicinal fragrance filled the air. The Yuan ancient spiritual pill was a medium lever 4 medicinal pill. It was of great help to a martial arts grandmaster and was priceless. Lu Ming poured out one pill and swallowed it. In an instant, a powerful devouring force came from the 9 dragons' bloodline. The medicinal power of the Yuan ancient spirit pill was continuously devoured and refined. Before long, the medicinal effects of the pill were completely refined. Lu Ming felt that his cultivation level had increased by a level. The medicinal power of a Yuan ancient spiritual pill was at least dozens of times that of a class 9 level 3 demonic pill. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes and looked at Xian Yanqing. He gasped when he saw the huge black lotus floating above Xian Yanqing's head. This was obviously Xian Yanqing's bloodline. However, there were 9 blood-red chakra rings shining around the black lotus. It was a breathtaking sight. A 9th level bloodline. Xian Yanqing's bloodline had actually reached the 9th level. How terrifying. Xian Yanqing had not broken through to Grandmaster and awakened his second bloodline. In other words, her first bloodline had reached level 9. This little demoness bloodline is terrifyingly high. No wonder her combat strength is so strong. She's a true genius. Lu Ming sighed secretly. To be honest, this was the first time he had seen Xian Yanqing's bloodline. Her first bloodline has already reached ordinary level 9. I wonder what level her second bloodline will be? Lu Ming could not help but look forward to it. Lu Ming continued to refine the primordial spirit pill. The surging energy was constantly transformed into essential qi. Lu Ming's cultivation level was improving rapidly. Soon, the bottle of pills was refined and Lu Ming's cultivation was approaching the middle 9th grade Great Martial Master realm. Continue to refine the goo. Half a day later, Lu Ming had refined 2 bottles of pills in a row, and his cultivation had risen to the peak of the 9th grade Great Master realm. At the same time, Xian Yanqing's cultivation had also reached the peak of 9th grade Great Martial Master. After reaching the peak of the 9th grade Great Martial Master realm, one could start to take blood refinement pills and blood refinement crystals to condense a second bloodline and accumulate energy for the awakening of the second bloodline. This process was known as blood solidification, also known as half grandmaster. During the blood solidification process, his blood qi was exuberant and even stronger than a peak 9th grade Great Martial Master. A blood refining crystal appeared in Xian Yanqing's hand and she swallowed it. Immediately, her spine emitted a strong blood-red light. Lu Ming did not waste any time. He also took out a blood refining crystal and swallowed it. As soon as the blood refining crystal entered his mouth, it turned into blood qi energy, which was absorbed by his spine and began to condense under the first bloodline. A blood-red light began to appear in that place. As the blood qi poured in, it slowly became brighter. In a few breaths, the blood qi of a blood refining crystal was completely absorbed. Lu Ming took out a few at once and swallowed them in one go. The blood-red light on his spine grew larger and brighter. Very soon, the dozens of blood refining crystals that Lu Ming had obtained were all used up. Then, he made a grabbing motion in the air and a bunch of blood refinement pills appeared. He stuffed them into his mouth. After a while, he grabbed another handful. At this moment, he suddenly realized that there was someone in front of him, and he couldn't help but open his eyes. He saw a pair of bright eyes staring at him in surprise. It was Xian Yanqing. "What are you doing, Nest? I'm scared to death," Lu Ming shouted. Xian Yanqing blinked his big eyes and asked, "You have blood refinement pills? How many do you have left?" "I do have blood refinement pills." "How many are none of your business?" Lu Ming said. "Can you give me some?" Xian Yanqing stammered, as if he found it difficult to speak. "I won't give it to you. I'll give it to you so that you can break through and step on me in the future." Lu Ming firmly rejected the idea. "Humph, do you think that I can't step on you if you don't give me the blood refinement pill?" Xian Yanqing snorted and gritted his teeth, revealing a few white teeth. Then, He turned around and walked to the side. However, in less than a minute, she came back and stared at Lu Ming with her big eyes. "What do you want now?" Lu Ming asked, feeling speechless. "I'll buy it. I'll buy the blood refinement pill from you, okay? How many crystals do you want? You can also use treasures to exchange for it." Xian Yanqing said. "Oh, using treasures to exchange? That's fine. How about this? I'll tell you a few treasures, and if you have them, I'll exchange them." Lu Ming said. "All right, go ahead," Xian Yanqing said. Mysterious Yang Spirit, 10 square bone banner. Lu Ming listed 5 types of treasures in a row. These 5 heavenly materials and earthly treasures were all required to cultivate the 5th stage of the true war dragon technique. Unfortunately, Su and Xian Yanqing both shook their heads, indicating that they didn't. "If you don't have it, how can you exchange it? How about this? Give me some dragon essence or dragon essence, and I can exchange it with you." Lu Ming pursed his lips. "I don't have dragon essence or dragon essence, but I do have a flood dragon bone bead. What do you think?" Xian Yanqing asked hopefully. "What? Flood dragon bone bead? You really have one? Why don't you take it out and have a look?" Lu Ming said anxiously. Xian Yanqing's palm glowed, and the next moment, a fiery red bone bead the size of a baby's fist appeared in his palm. "It's really a water dragon's bone bead. And it's a fire water dragon's bone bead." Lu Ming was overjoyed. Cultivating the true war dragon technique didn't necessarily require those materials. There were still some substitutes, but these substitutes were more precious. For example, the items on the true dragon's body were all priceless treasures. Having just one of them would allow the true war dragon technique to break through. Although flood dragons weren't true dragons, they had the bloodline of true dragons and were extremely rare mutants. They also had some functions. Lu Ming had only mentioned it casually. He did not expect Xian Yanqing to really have such a treasure. "Let me see." Lu Ming took the water dragon bone bead and studied it carefully. The flood dragon that produced this bone bead has a very profound cultivation base. As long as I have this bone bead and another material, I can successfully break through to the 5th stage of the true war dragon technique. Lu Ming thought in his heart. "How is it? I'll exchange it for 2,000 blood refinement pills from you." Xian Yanqing said. 2,000? You wish, you're asking for too much. Lu Ming was shocked and shouted. "This is a water dragon bone pearl. I spent a lot of money to get it. 2,000 blood refinement pills is not a lot." Xian Yanqing said. 500. Lu Ming said. "What? Aren't you cutting too much? 1,500. No less." Xian Yanqing said through gritted teeth. 800, no more. Lu Ming's lips trembled. 1,200. 900. 1,000. 1,000 blood refinement pills. I can't go any lower. If you go any lower, I won't trade anymore." Xian Yanqing said viciously. "Good. Deal." Lu Ming agreed with a look of heartache. Chapter 280 Burial Ground. He took out 1,000 blood refinement pills and exchanged them for the dragon bone bead with Xian Yanqing. Xian Yanqing happily ran to the side to refine it. Lu Ming observed the water dragon's bone pearl and was overjoyed. He kept it and continued to consume the blood refinement pills. 2 days later, the remaining blood refinement pills were all refined by Lu Ming. A blood-red glow shot up from Lu Ming's spine. However, Lu Ming was not in a hurry to break through to the martial arts grandmaster realm. He felt that it was not enough. He still needed to continue refining treasures such as blood refinement pills and blood refinement crystals. At this moment, Xian Yanqing was sitting cross-legged. The blood-red glow on his spine was even thicker than Lu Ming's and there was a terrifying fluctuation. He did not refine as many blood refinement pills as Lu Ming, but his energy fluctuations were stronger than Lu Ming's. This was due to his talent. After a while, the blood light disappeared and a terrifying fluctuation was hidden. Xian Yanqing opened his eyes. "Do you have any more blood refinement pills?" Xian Yanqing asked the first question after finishing his cultivation. Lu Ming spread his hands. "I don't have any more. I think it's too little." "Then go and kill them. The others must have a lot of blood-refining crystals. Xian Yanqing's eyes flashed with a cold light. Just what I wanted. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Then, the two of them left the place, chose a direction, and ran away. 2 hours later, the two of them stopped at a barren mountain. The two of them felt that the second bloodline that had not been awakened was throbbing, as if it was attracted by something. Over there. The two of them headed in that direction. 10 miles away, a boundless stone forest appeared. Stone pillars stood tall and upright. These stone pillars were carved into various shapes, such as tigers, lions, and wolevers. There were even carvings of humans, true dragons, and so on. Buzz! Buzz! Many figures appeared in the surroundings and quickly rushed toward the stone forest. Boom! Boom! In the stone forest, there were constant rumbles. It was obvious that someone was fighting. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing looked at each other and rushed toward the stone forest. Die! At the side, a first-level martial arts grandmaster youth charged towards Lu Ming and was pierced through the heart by Lu Ming's spear. The young man's eyes were wide open in disbelief even as he died. Lu Ming was now infinitely close to becoming a martial arts grandmaster. He could be considered half a step away from becoming a grandmaster. He was much stronger than before. Lu Ming could kill an ordinary first-level martial arts grandmaster in one move. As soon as the young man died, his blood, qi, and essence were all condensed into blood-refining crystals. There were 16 of them, and Lu Ming collected them. At the same time, essential qi gushed out and Lu Ming took the young man's storage ring. As they continued to move forward, many people wanted to attack Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing along the way, but they were all killed mercilessly by the two of them. The combination of my wind and fire force is extremely powerful, but it's only a combination and can't be completely fused. If the two forces can be completely fused, the power will be even more shocking. But how can I completely fuse the two types of shi? If it works, then it'll be my trump card. As Lu Ming fought, he was thinking. Soon, the two of them had covered a distance of 10 miles, and the attraction to the bloodline was even stronger. Not long after, a pit appeared in front of them. All kinds of patterns were engraved around the pit. The two of them walked into the pit and immediately felt their blood run cold. In the pit, there were piles of white bones of all kinds of creatures, human-shaped and demonic beasts. Between the bones, there were blood-red crystals that gave off a blood-red glow. Blood-refining crystals. They were all blood-refining crystals. The thing that attracted their bloodline was the blood-refining crystal. This wasn't left behind in the present, but in ancient times. This place is a burial ground, and it's also a place for ancient sacrificial offerings. Xian Yanqing seemed to be talking to himself as his voice trembled. Blood-refining crystals. They're blood-refining crystals. These are all mine. Many figures appeared in the surroundings, their eyes burning with fire as they looked down. Yours? You're looking for death. You're the one who's going to die. Whoosh. A few figures jumped into the pit and started fighting in the air. At this moment, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing had also jumped into the pit. Immediately, someone attacked him. Bang! Lu Ming cast a human path palm print and smashed the first-level martial arts grandmaster into a meat patty, which was then condensed into a blood-refining crystal in the air. Xian Yanqing was also extremely powerful. A black lotus flew out and beheaded a first-level martial ancestor realm expert. As soon as the two of them landed, their true energy gushed out and swept away the blood-refining crystals. In just a few breaths, Lu Ming had collected hundreds of blood-refining crystals. There were still many of them as far as the eye could see. Some of them were even buried in the bone banner. Keep. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing collected them to their heart's content. Detestable. When the others saw this, their eyes turned red. They all stopped and rushed down to fight for the blood-refining crystals. Wang! At this time, a blade light suddenly slashed down from above. Screams rang out as 5 or 6 young men were killed in one strike. Then, a young man with disheveled hair and a saber on his back appeared above the pit. Zhao Hong, it's Zhao Hong. Hurry up and run. The remaining people were shocked and quickly flew into the sky, wanting to escape. However, the next moment, a saber light flashed, and those people were all cut in half in the air. Die! Zhao Hong glanced at Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing in the pit and then slashed down. The blade light was pale and the killing intent was as cold as the winter snow, enveloping the two of them. Human Dao Palm. Great Demonic Palm. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing shouted and joined forces to fight the enemy. In the face of such a strong enemy, there was no need to hesitate. They could only join forces. Boom! With a loud boom, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing retreated backward. Zhao Hong's gaze flickered and he was slightly surprised. I didn't expect two great martial masters to be able to block my blade. It's rare in this world. But today you'll still die. Boom! A powerful aura burst out from Zhao Hong's body, and a saber light shot up into the sky like a waterfall. Slash! Then he slashed down. Retreat! Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing did not even think and immediately retreated. Bang! Zhao Hong's blade slashed at the thousands of bones in the pit. The bones instantly shattered and shot out in all directions. Blood-refining crystals flew into the sky and then fell back down. Roar! At this moment, a change occurred. From the pit, under the thousands of white bones, a shocking roar suddenly came out. A terrifying, baleful aura surged out from under the white bones. Bang! Then the white bones in the pit exploded, and a living being rushed out. This living being had a human form and was 3 meters tall. It was covered in green hair, had long and sharp nails, and had fangs in its mouth. Blood corpse. This living being was exactly the same as the blood corpse that Lu Ming and the rest had encountered in the Blood Realm's demonic cave. The only difference was that this blood corpse's eyes were golden, and the aura it gave off was much stronger than the blood corpses he had encountered in the Blood Realm and Devil's Denver. A fiendish aura filled the air. Roar! As soon as the golden-eyed blood corpse appeared, it pounced towards Zhao Hong. Its claws were as sharp as blades as it tried to grab Zhao Hong. Chapter 281. I'm a proud son of the heavens. You're looking for death. Die! Zhao Hong shouted coldly as he slashed out with his blade. A sharp blade light slashed towards the golden-eyed blood corpse. Clang! The knife light and the nail collided, making a sound of metal clashing and sparks flying. Bang! A figure flew far away. It was Zhao Hong. He was no match for the golden-eyed blood zombie and was sent flying by its claw. Roar! The golden-eyed blood corpse roared and continued to chase after Zhao Hong. Its speed was as fast as lightning. Zhao Hong's expression was extremely unsightly. Blood was flowing out of the corner of his mouth. He had been injured by that move just now. At this moment, the golden-eyed blood zombie pounced on him. He did not dare to continue fighting. He turned and ran. The direction he ran in was the direction of Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. Not good, let's go. Lu Ming's expression changed. He and Xian Yanqing turned around and ran. You two still dare to run? Stop quickly and help me stall this blood corpse. If you die in the hands of a blood corpse, you'll die a happy death. But if you fall into my hands, I'll make you beg for death. Zhao Hong shouted coldly in an overbearing manner. What do you mean by one of the 50 super rookies of the Blood Zhao Empire? I think he's a complete idiot. Little Qing, what do you think? Lu Ming said in a disdainful tone. Xian Yanqing stumbled and almost fell. What did Lu Ming just call her? Little Qing. Xian Yanqing's eyes glowed viciously as he glared at Lu Ming. Little Qing, is that guy an idiot? Lu Ming pretended not to know and continued to ask. Yes. Xian Yanqing gritted his teeth and only managed to spit out one word after a long time. Lu Ming was clearly taking advantage of her. You're looking for death. Zhao Hong bellowed and was about to release his essential qi to slash at Lu Ming. However, his speed slowed down as he gathered his essential qi. The golden-eyed blood zombie caught up and slashed at him. Chila! Even though Zhao Hong had escaped quickly, a piece of cloth was still caught. The piece of cloth that was caught happened to be on Zhao Hong's butt. Immediately, half of Zhao Hong's snow-white butt was exposed. Ah! Zhao Hong screamed and jumped forward as if he had been electrocuted. Only then did he escape the danger of being torn apart by the claw. However, the next moment, he felt a chill on his butt. He turned his head and roared. Hey, why is that guy running in such a strange way? He keeps looking at his butt. Is he sick? Lu Ming's eyes were sharp. He noticed Zhao Hong's strange behavior and muttered. Zhao Hong's face was flushed red. His killing intent towards Lu Ming was so strong that it could not be dispersed. He frantically chased after Lu Ming and the golden-eyed blood corpse. Zhao Hong's speed was extremely fast and he was about to catch up to Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. Ha ha ha, go to hell, kid. With a beauty accompanying you, you won't be lonely on the road to hell. Zhao Hong sneered. His essential qi burst forth and he increased his speed to the maximum. He flew over the heads of Lu Ming and Su Lingyue arrogantly. Behind them, the golden-eyed blood corpse roared and glared at Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing with murderous intent. What? At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly felt that the demon-suppressing seal given to him by the Nine Suns Supreme was glowing faintly. Could it be that after the demon-suppressing token subdued the blood demon, it still has the energy to subdue this golden-eyed blood corpse? Lu Ming had a thought. I don't care, I'll give it a try. Lu Ming suddenly stopped in his tracks. The demon-suppressing token had unknowingly appeared in his hands. Lu Ming, why did you stop? Xian Yanqing was shocked. However, Lu Ming only smiled at her and did not explain. Damn it, Lu Ming. You can't die before I trample you under my feet. Xian Yanqing gritted his teeth and stopped as well. He stood beside Lu Ming. Ha ha ha, these two bastards are probably scared silly. Zhao Hong ran madly and only stopped when he was 10 miles away. He stood high in the sky and looked from afar. Roar! The golden-eyed blood zombie roared angrily and was about to grab Lu Ming with its claws. Stop! The demon-suppressing token in Lu Ming's hand glowed and an invisible wave rushed toward the golden-eyed blood corpse. At the same time, Lu Ming shouted in his heart and turned into an invisible wave that rushed into the body of the golden-eyed blood corpse. All of this happened in silence. Even Xian Yanqing, who was standing beside him, didn't notice it. At this moment, Xian Yanqing's body was already covered in black lotus flowers. His true qi was at its maximum, ready to fight to the death. But suddenly, the golden-eyed blood corpse stopped and let out a low roar. It didn't continue to attack. I've succeeded. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Let's go back. Lu Ming gave another order in his heart. The next moment, the golden-eyed blood corpse growled in a low voice. It turned around and ran back. Then, it jumped into the pit and disappeared. Xian Yanqing was dumbfounded. His eyes widened and he said, This? What's going on? Ha ha ha, little Qing, can't you tell? I, Lu Ming, am blessed by the heavens. What golden-eyed blood corpse, if it doesn't run away obediently when it sees me, it won't dare to attack me. Lu Ming laughed maniacally, looking like a smug and narcissistic person. Tisk! Xian Yanqing looked at him with disdain. He did not believe Lu Ming's nonsense at all. Then he gritted his teeth and said, Lu Ming, I'm warning you. Don't call me Xiaoqing. All right, little Qing. Lu Ming answered. You. Xian Yanqing gritted his teeth. He wanted to bite Lu Ming. In the distant sky, Zhao Hong was also dumbfounded. What's going on? Why didn't the golden-eyed blood corpse attack those two? Zhao Hong's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Does it mean that the golden-eyed blood corpse won't attack if I admit defeat? Zhao Hong's imagination ran wild. However, he didn't dare to move forward for a while. The golden-eyed blood corpse was too strong. In a head-on battle, he would be killed in a few moves. In the stone forest, Lu Ming glanced at Zhao Hong who was in the distance. He sneered and said to Xian Yanqing, Let's go. There are still so many blood-refining crystals left. Let's take them all. You're still going? Aren't you afraid of the golden-eyed blood corpse? Xian Yanqing hesitated. What are you afraid of? I told you, I'm protected by the heavens. When the golden-eyed blood corpse sees me, it can't wait to run away. It won't dare to attack me. Don't worry, I'm here. It'll be fine. Lu Ming was full of nonsense and he strode forward proudly. Xian Yanqing gritted his teeth and followed Lu Ming. When the two of them arrived at the pit, the golden-eyed blood corpse was still motionless. There was a smile on Lu Ming's face. He was not worried at all. He jumped into the pit and started to collect the blood-refining crystals. Seeing this, Xian Yanqing also felt relieved. For some reason, he suddenly believed Lu Ming's words a little. Bah, how is that possible? This guy is full of lies. Xian Yanqing shook his head and began to collect blood-refining crystals. I'm fine, I'm really fine. In the distance, Zhao Hong's mouth was so wide open that a goose egg could be stuffed in it when he saw this scene. Should I go over there and kill those two and take the blood-refining crystals? No, I'm a genius with a bright future. How can I take risks so easily? I'll wait until those two guys have collected all the blood-refining crystals and come out. Then, I'll kill them and the blood-refining crystals will be mine. Zhao Hong calculated and was no longer in a hurry. He waited in the air. Collect, collect, collect. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were extremely excited. A moment later, the two of them had collected more than 3,000 blood-refining crystals each. At this time, the blood-refining crystals in the pit were finally finished. Chapter 282. The Sullen Zhao Hong. What do we do? That guy is waiting for us outside. No matter which direction we go, he will probably chase us. Xian Yanqing looked up at the sky and frowned. Why do we have to go out? We can just cultivate here. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He leaped onto the pit and sat cross-legged at the side. Cultivate here. Xian Yanqing was in disbelief. Trust me. Lu Ming's voice was transmitted to Xian Yanqing. Xian Yanqing was skeptical. However, on second thought, Lu Ming had never been at a disadvantage before. Perhaps he really had a way. Gritting his teeth, Xian Yanqing decided to go all out. He sat down cross-legged, took out a handful of blood-refining crystals, swallowed them, and began refining them. Lu Ming laughed and took a look at the sky. He took out a handful of blood-refining crystals and swallowed them, starting to refine them. In the sky, Zhao Hong was dumbfounded. He's actually refining blood crystals here? Damn it, damn it. Zhao Hong roared in his heart, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. In his opinion, all the blood-refining crystals here belonged to him. Now that Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were refining his blood-refining crystals, it was a heinous crime. However, he was still hesitant and did not go over. Very soon, Lu Ming had refined a handful of blood-refining crystals and took out another handful to refine. One after another, it did not take long for Lu Ming to refine hundreds of blood-refining crystals. Xian Yanqing was about the same. That golden-eyed blood corpse hasn't appeared yet, so it should be fine. Smash it and die. Zhao Hong growled and flew toward Lu Ming. In a short while, he was close to Lu Ming. Is it finally here? The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He did not care and continued to cultivate. Xian Yanqing was shocked and stood up to block. Little bastard, die! Die! Zhao Hong roared and was about to slash down with his saber. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar came from the pit as the golden-eyed blood corpse charged out and attacked Zhao Hong. Bang! Caught off guard, Zhao Hong was hit by the golden-eyed blood zombie's claw. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his body flew far away. Roar! The golden-eyed blood corpse quickly charged towards Zhao Hong. What's going on? How did this happen? Those two bastards have been here for so long, collecting refined blood crystals and refining them. The golden-eyed blood corpse didn't even rush out, so why did it rush out as soon as I arrived? I'm not convinced. Zhao Hong roared in his heart. But he didn't dare to stay, so he turned and ran. The golden-eyed blood zombie clawed at Zhao Hong's pants, leaving a huge hole in his pants. Zhao Hong's Snow White butt was writhing in the air. Hey! Your butt is out again, haha, eh? Why did I say again? Lu Ming laughed heartily. Xian Yanqing's face turned red. He snorted and turned around. Zhao Hong let out a long cry. His hair was in a mess and his aura was shocking. However, he was met with a claw of the golden-eyed blood corpse. Buzz! The claw ray swept past and left 5 wounds on Zhao Hong's body. It was as if he had been cut by a blade, and blood was dripping from his body. Zhao Hong spat out a mouthful of blood. He was already injured and his speed had decreased. He could no longer escape from the golden-eyed blood corpse. If we're going to die, we'll die together. Zhao Hong howled and dashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming got up and looked at him with a faint smile. A scene that made Zhao Hong vomit blood appeared. When the golden-eyed blood zombie rushed past Lu Ming, it did not even look at Lu Ming and continued to pursue him. Why? Zhao Hong bellowed in anger. He was unwilling and confused. However, it was useless. The golden-eyed blood corpse quickly caught up to him. His second bloodline was a first-level king bloodline. Lu Ming kept all of them, including Zhao Hong's blood-refining crystals. Roar! The golden-eyed blood corpse growled and appeared beside Lu Ming. It stood there obediently. Xian Yanqing was dumbfounded. She stared at him for a while and suddenly remembered that the powerful blood demon had also been obedient to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, do you have any way to subdue the demonic creature? Xian Yanqing asked. Didn't I already tell you? I'm a proud son of the heavens and am blessed by the heavens. These demonic creatures will naturally be submissive when they see me. Lu Ming had a smug look on his face. He sized up Xian Yanqing and said, How is it? Are you tempted? Why don't you be my bed-warming maid? If you follow me, you'll have endless benefits. Lu Ming had a smug look. Warm your head, humph. I guess you must have some kind of treasure that can subdue demons. No way, one day, I will step on you. Xian Yanqing snorted coldly, turned his proud neck, and went to the side to refine the blood-refining crystals. Lu Ming chuckled and instructed the golden-eyed blood corpse to stand guard at the side. He then took out Zhao Hong's storage ring. Lu Ming put the rest aside and took out all the blood-refining crystals. There were more than 500 blood-refining crystals in Zhao Hong's storage ring. This meant that at least a few hundred young experts had died at Zhao Hong's hands. This time, Lu Ming benefited from it. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing focused on refining the blood crystals. During this time, other young men came, but they were scared away by the golden-eyed blood corpse. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. Lu Ming refined more than 3,000 blood-refining crystals. In total, Lu Ming had refined more than 6,000 blood refinement pills and blood refinement crystals. At this moment, Lu Ming's spine was glowing with a thick blood-red light. The blood qi seemed to have substance and was about to turn into drops of blood. That's enough. Now, break through the martial arts Grandmaster realm and awaken the second bloodline. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He waved his hand and hundreds of thousands of spiritual crystals appeared beside him. After that, he circulated the true war dragon technique. The vortex in his dantian spun rapidly, and the dragon-shaped true qi in his body surged. At his spine, his blood vessels surged, and his blood qi exploded. At this moment, Lu Ming's essence, energy, and spirit were condensed to the extreme. Boom! All of a sudden, a deafening roar came from within Lu Ming's body. A surge of essence energy surged up and soared into the clouds. Within a radius of dozens of miles, countless young experts looked over. The qi is soaring to the sky. Someone has broken through to Wu Zong. What a terrifying aura. This kind of power is too shocking. What kind of genius is he? When I broke through to Wu Zong, my essence qi was less than 1/5 of his. How terrifying. Many people were discussing and some even rushed over, but with the golden-eyed blood corpse, they couldn't step in. There were even some who wanted to force their way in but were killed by the golden-eyed blood zombies. The others didn't dare to force their way in anymore. The pillar of essence qi only disappeared after a long while. Devour! At that moment, Lu Ming's 9 dragons bloodline appeared. He opened his mouth and inhaled. Large pieces of spirit crystals exploded and were devoured by the 9 dragons bloodline, continuously transforming into Lu Ming's essential qi. The essential qi in Lu Ming's body continued to strengthen and improve. Chapter 283. Breaking Through to Grandmaster, Second Bloodline. Not long after, Lu Ming had absorbed at least 200,000 spiritual crystals and converted them into essential qi. Lu Ming felt that the essential qi in his body was 10 times stronger than before. The martial arts Grandmaster realm was really powerful. Lu Ming had already broken through to the first level of the martial ancestor realm. Bloodline awaken! At this moment, Lu Ming's spine trembled and a rich blood-red light spread out. At his spine, there was an extremely rich blood-red light, as if something was about to break out of his body. Awaken! Lu Ming growled again. Bang! A bloody light exploded at his spine, and an object condensed. It was actually a stone tablet. The stone tablet was 10 meters tall and was suspended above Lu Ming's head. There seemed to be some words on the stone tablet, but they were blurry and unclear. This is my second bloodline? It was actually a stone tablet? Could it be a special bloodline? Lu Ming thought to himself. Buzz! The stone tablet trembled, and a Esilavira chakra emerged. The Esilavira chakra represented a king-level bloodline. A Esilavira chakra represented a first-class king-level bloodline. However, it was not over yet. The stone tablet shook again, and the second Esilavira chakra emerged, followed by the third. After the third Esilavira chakra appeared, there were no more chakra. The third-level king-level blood meridian was the final level of the second blood meridian that Lu Ming had awakened. The three Esilavira chakra glowed and were extremely dazzling. I've taken more than 6,000 blood refinement pills and blood refinement crystals. The bloodline I've awakened didn't disappoint me. Lu Ming revealed a smile. He was quite satisfied. With his talent, if he had not taken more than 6,000 blood refinement pills and blood refinement crystals, he would probably only be able to awaken a level 9 ordinary bloodline. It would be impossible for him to even reach the king level. Whew! His second blood meridian vibrated and emitted a strong suction force. The boundless heaven-earth yuan qi was absorbed by Lu Ming and transformed into essential qi. This was the king-level bloodline, which was extremely magical. When it was first awakened, it would have a chance to madly devour the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, and then it would slowly calm down. I can't waste this opportunity. Lu Ming waved his hand and more than 200,000 spiritual crystals appeared in the surroundings. These spiritual crystals were obtained from killing other young masters. Bang! 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 The spirit crystals exploded one by one and turned into rolling energy that was constantly absorbed and refined by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's cultivation soared like a rocket. It was not long before Lu Ming's cultivation level had broken through to the early stage of the first-level martial arts Grandmaster realm. However, this was not his limit and he was still increasing. An hour later, Lu Ming's cultivation had broken through to the peak of the first-grade martial ancestor realm. He was only a step away from the second-grade martial ancestor realm. At this time, the second bloodline finally calmed down and stopped absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Whew! Lu Ming took in a deep breath. His eyes flickered and shot out like two long spears. Lu Ming smiled as he felt the almost endless essential qi in his body. However, in terms of true qi, he was much stronger than before. With a thought, the second bloodline was hidden. Humph! It's only a third-level king bloodline. What's there to be proud of? Watch me! Xian Yanqing, who had been paying attention to Lu Ming's breakthrough, snorted and sat down cross-legged to continue refining the blood crystals. Lu Ming smiled and did not mind. He moved his hand and took out a jade bottle. It was the Yuan ancient panaceas. He still had dozens of bottles in his hands. He planned to use the Yuan ancient panaceas to raise his cultivation to the second level of the martial ancestor realm. When he opened the jade bottle, the bloodline of the 9 dragons appeared. He opened his mouth and sucked in all the 9 Yuan ancient panaceas in the bottle. The energy required to break through to the martial ancestor realm was even more terrifying. Even if there were too few Yuan ancient spiritual pills, they would not be of much use. Lu Ming might as well swallow the entire bottle. As Lu Ming refined the pill, he diverted some of his attention to observe Xian Yanqing. An hour later, Xian Yanqing stopped refining blood crystals and started to break through. With Xian Yanqing's talent, breaking through to Wu Zong was not a problem. Soon, she successfully broke through, and a terrifying essence qi shot up into the sky. This essence qi was not any smaller than Lu Ming's earlier one. It caused another commotion. The people nearby were extremely shocked. 2 streaks of essence qi shot up into the sky in a row, and each one was extremely terrifying. Could it be that there were 2 monstrous geniuses breaking through here? Everyone was extremely curious. Boom! After Xian Yanqing's breakthrough, he began to awaken his second bloodline. The bloodlight soared into the sky and was extremely dense, almost covering an area of several li. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. This blood aura was too shocking. The momentum was so great that it was 10 times stronger than before. No, it was more than that. The blood qi swept out and churned. An astonishing pressure spread out. A moment later, the blood light dissipated, and a figure appeared above Xian Yanqing's head. Yes, that's right. Xian Yanqing's second bloodline was actually a human. It was a woman who was more than 10 meters tall, with graceful curves. She wore a black veil and sat cross-legged on a black lotus. The woman's appearance was unclear, but her figure was extremely good. She exuded an alluring aura everywhere, like a demoness. The most terrifying thing that stunned Lu Ming was that the woman's body was actually emitting 7 Esilavirar chakras. A 7th-level king-level bloodline. Lu Ming's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He had a dumbfounded look on his face. He was too shocked. King-class bloodline was extremely difficult to awaken. For example, Duanmu Lin, the genius of the Duanmu family that was said to be able to surpass Feng Wuji in the future, only had a second-class king-class bloodline. Geniuses like the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun would usually only awaken to the first level of the king class. Some people might even awaken more. From this, one could see how terrifying a 7th-level king was. Genius. This was a true genius. Xian Yanqing clearly did not refine as many blood refinement pills and blood refinement crystals as Lu Ming, but the blood meridian he awakened was much stronger than Lu Ming's. This was a true monster. Even if Xian Yanqing did not refine the blood crystal, he could probably awaken a 5th-level king bloodline. At this moment, Xian Yanqing opened his eyes and shouted, "Swallow!" The heaven and earth spiritual qi in the area rushed towards Xian Yanqing like a madman. The heaven and earth spiritual qi in a radius of dozens of miles was stirred up, and a strong wind seemed to be blowing in the air. What's going on? I can't absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth anymore. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth is being controlled by someone. Within a few dozen miles, exclamations rang out. At the same time, Xian Yanqing waved his hand and a pile of spiritual crystals appeared. There were hundreds of thousands of them. All of them exploded and turned into a sea of spiritual qi, pouring into Xian Yanqing. Xian Yanqing's cultivation level rose rapidly. Early stage of Martial Ancestor Realm 1 Dan. Middle stage of Martial Ancestor Realm 1 Dan. Very quickly, he reached the peak of the first stage of the Martial Ancestor Realm. However, he did not stop. With a boom, he broke through the bottleneck and broke through to the second stage of the Martial Ancestor Realm. Xian Yanqing's cultivation continued to rise until he reached the peak of the second level of Martial Ancestor Realm. This Jiao is too terrifying. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. When he broke through, it was already extremely rare for him to make use of the power of his newly awakened bloodline to rush to the peak of the Martial Ancestor Realm 1 Dan. It was equivalent to a normal person's years of hard work. However, Xian Yanqing was even more terrifying. He rushed straight to the peak of the second level of Martial Ancestor Realm. This was a 7th-level king bloodline. Of course, this kind of improvement was a one-time thing. In the future, he would have to slowly cultivate. Chapter 284 A Lesson. Xian Yanqing stood up and looked at Lu Ming smugly. How is it? What's a mere king level 3rd rank bloodline? Humph, now take my palm. Xian Yanqing shouted and struck out with his palm. A black palm print formed with terrifying power. Human Dao palm. Lu Ming threw out a palm as well. His essential qi surged and formed a huge palm print, which collided with Xian Yanqing's black palm print. With a loud bang, the two of them trembled and took a step back. You've broken through to the second level of the Martial Ancestor Realm. Xian Yanqing exclaimed. Of course. Lu Ming said with a smile. Before Xian Yanqing's breakthrough, he had consumed 20 bottles of a Yuan ancient panaceas and broke through to the early stage of the second-grade Martial Ancestor Realm. Humph, don't think that I can't step on you just because you've broken through to the second stage of the Martial Ancestor Realm. Xian Yanqing shouted as his body glowed with a blood-red light. He was about to activate his bloodline. Roar! The golden-eyed blood corpse appeared beside Xian Yanqing and glared at her with its mouth wide open. Xian Yanqing shrieked and quickly stepped back. Lu Ming, you're shameless. So what if I'm shameless? Every day, you say that you will step on me. Today I will step on you. Hee hee, do it. Lu Ming chuckled coldly. With a light shout, he pounced on Xian Yanqing. At the same time, the golden-eyed blood corpse growled and pounced on Xian Yanqing. Xian Yanqing's body glowed with a blood-red light as he was about to activate his bloodline. However, the golden-eyed blood zombie charged forward and a blood-red light shot towards Xian Yanqing, interrupting the activation of her bloodline. At the same time, Lu Ming pounced forward and sent a palm strike into Xian Yanqing's dantian, temporarily sealing her essential qi and restraining her. Get lost! Xian Yanqing screamed and struggled with all his might. What are you shouting for? Lu Ming used some force and Xian Yanqing's essential qi was temporarily sealed. How could he resist? He was restrained by Lu Ming and could not move. Lu Ming, let me go. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Xian Yanqing shouted. Hee, now that you're completely in my hands, you still dare to threaten me. It seems that I was too honest in the past. I need a beating. Lu Ming said and then gave him a lesson. Lu Ming, I hate you. I'll definitely trample you under my feet. Xian Yanqing said through gritted teeth. In the end, she gritted her teeth and cursed in a low voice, looking as if she was ready to let him do whatever he wanted. However, as she scolded, her tears started to flow down. This time, Lu Ming was a little helpless. He quickly let go of Xian Yanqing and said, Hey, why are you crying? I haven't even done anything yet. However, Xian Yanqing's cry was like a river that had its gates opened, and he couldn't stop crying. She was crying so sadly and pitifully. Her tears flowed like a string of pearls and fell to the ground. It was as if she had a great grievance that she wanted to vent out through this cry. Lu Ming was at a loss for words. He felt as if he had done something wrong. But he hadn't done anything yet. So, he could only stay by her side. After a long while, Xian Yanqing finally stopped crying. He stared at Lu Ming in a daze for a long time before he suddenly gritted his teeth and said, Lu Ming, I'll let you off for today. One day, I'll trample you under my feet. This again. Lu Ming was completely speechless. I'm leaving, are you coming? Lu Ming asked. Of course we're going. Don't even think about escaping. Xian Yanqing snorted and followed Lu Ming. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. The two of them left the stone forest. Of course, the golden-eyed blood zombie was also with them. However, Lu Ming took out a very large black robe and a bamboo hat for the golden-eyed blood zombie to put on, as it would be too conspicuous. The two of them randomly chose a direction and advanced. Along the way, they encountered a few blind martial artists who were easily dealt with by Lu Ming. 2 hours later. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of a bell came from the distance and reverberated in the world. Snatching the mountain path. There were 8 paths in front of him that led straight to the top of the mountain. On every path, at every set distance, there would be a ball of glittering things that revealed the light of treasures. That's a treasure. That's right, those who can stay here must be extraordinary. Many people's eyes lit up. Look, there's a stone tablet over there. There are words on it. Someone shouted. At the intersection of each road, there was a platform. In front of the platform, there was a stone tablet. Everyone went up to take a look, and their eyes lit up. The meaning of the stone tablet was obvious. It said that this was the competition path given to the disciples by the Cloud Emperor Palace. Each path was set up with inscription formations and only one person could walk on each path. Only 8 people could pass through the 8 paths, and there would be some treasures as rewards along the way. Everyone's eyes lit up. This path is mine. It's mine. Immediately, more than a dozen people rushed to the platform on the first road. Boom! But immediately after, a ball of hot fist energy, like the sun, blasted towards the platform. More than a dozen young experts were directly blasted into ashes without even letting out a scream. A young man stepped forward and looked around. It was the 6 extremes of Yang. Most of the people's faces changed. It was clear that Yang Liuji had taken the first path, and this path was now his. The second one. Some people rushed towards the second path. Swish! An iron rod swept across, and a dozen young men screamed as they were swept off the platform. A young man with messy hair and an iron rod in his hand walked onto the second platform. One of the 50 super rookies of Blood Zhao, Blood Staff Iron Demon. Someone exclaimed. Many people's eyes flickered. They wanted to rush forward, but Iron Demon was extremely powerful. With one iron rod, he swept away thousands of soldiers. Whoosh! A ray of sword light appeared on the platform of the third path like a flying immortal. It was Duan Ling, one of the 9 talents of the Dark Moon. Boom! On the sixth path there was also an expert, one of the 50 super rookies of Blood Zhao. Immediately, the first, second, third, and sixth paths were all occupied. The 4 of them stood on top, and the others retreated in fear. No one went up to court death. As for the remaining 4 paths, the competition was intense. Groups of people charged forward and fought with all their might, causing people to fall one after another. This was the martial arts grandmaster's battlefield. It was difficult for the Grandmaster realm martial artists to interfere. I want one. Xian Yanqing murmured. Then, his body moved and he rushed towards the 5th path. Great Demonic Palm. Xian Yanqing's demonic palm print was a martial technique of unknown level. As her cultivation level increased, its power became more and more terrifying. Ah! Ah! With a series of screams, 7 or 8 martial ancestor realm experts were sent flying by Xian Yanqing. Some of them even exploded in the air. So strong, who is this person? Someone was shocked. If you don't want to die, get lost. Xian Yanqing shouted coldly. Some people didn't believe it and wanted to rush forward, but they were killed by Xian Yanqing in one move. The remaining people were helpless and could only move to other routes. Then I'll have one too. Lu Ming dashed toward the 8th path with the golden-eyed blood corpse following closely behind. Die! A ray of saber light was aimed at Lu Ming's head. It was very powerful. He was a warrior at the peak of the 1st level of the martial ancestor realm. You're the one who's going to die. The demon-subduing spear appeared in his hand, and he swept it out. Bang! The young man's body flew out like a cannonball. He flew for an unknown distance and disappeared without a trace. Kid, it's you. All of a sudden, a cold voice rang out near Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the room and he was amused. Wasn't this the young man in the brocade robe who had snatched the Yuan ancient spiritual pill? The young man in the brocade robe swept his gaze across Lu Ming's surroundings. Then his eyes gleamed coldly as he sneered. Brat, now that you're here alone, I'd like to see how you die. Oh, really? I'm afraid that you're far from enough. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Brat, it's useless to be stubborn. Die! The young man in the brocade robe shouted as he emitted a violent aura. 3rd stage martial ancestor realm. This embroidered robed youth had actually reached the 3rd stage martial ancestor realm. A while ago, his cultivation was still at the peak of the 2nd level of the martial ancestor realm. It seemed that the youth in the brocade robe had a fortuitous encounter in the past few days, allowing his cultivation to break through. Die! The purple light on the young man's body turned golden in the blink of an eye. He struck out with his palm and a golden true dragon flew out, pouncing toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not even look and pulled out his gun. Bang! The golden true dragon was like tofu. It was smashed into pieces by Lu Ming's spear. The violent spear's gleam continued to sweep toward the young man in embroidered robes. How did this happen? The embroidered robed youth cried out in disbelief. His cultivation had broken through to the 3rd tier of the martial arts grandmaster realm. Moreover, Lu Ming was alone. He had thought that killing Lu Ming would be a piece of cake. He had never expected that the martial arts technique he was most proud of would be shattered by Lu Ming's spear. At this moment, he shouted and used all his strength to resist. Bang! The violent spear radiance struck his body, shattering all his defenses. His body made a series of cracking sounds, and many of his bones were broken. He fell off the platform like a pile of meat paste. He couldn't be more dead. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and sucked the storage ring of the young man in the brocade robe into his hand. Then he went to kill the others. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming's attack was direct and domineering. He formed a huge spear ray with his long spear and swept away the army. Bang! Bang! Those young men were swept away by Lu Ming like broken gunny sacks. The bodies of those with weaker cultivation exploded immediately. In an instant, Lu Ming was the only one standing proudly on the platform at the intersection of the 8th road with a gun. Who is this person? He's too strong. Many people looked at Lu Ming in shock and did not dare to step forward. Just like that, the 5th and 8th paths were occupied by Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing respectively. There was only the 4th and 7th paths left, and the competition was extremely fierce. The killing continued, and blood flowed like a river. In the sky, inscriptions appeared, and blood-refining crystals were formed. A moment later, the 4th and 7th paths also had their respective owners. The 4th option was a bald youth with the strength of a peak martial ancestor 3 Dan. He was extremely powerful. Of course, compared to the geniuses of the Burning Sun 6 heroes, he was still slightly inferior. The 7th path was occupied by a short and chubby youth. This person's cultivation was also at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial ancestor realm. No one dared to challenge the 8 paths. Charge! Then, the people on the 8 platforms all rushed towards the road. Lu Ming also rushed toward the mountain road, the golden-eyed blood zombie following closely behind. The golden-eyed blood corpse was not human. That was why it could travel with Lu Ming. Not long after he rushed out, light and shadows flickered in front of him. 4 tiger-shaped demonic beasts suddenly appeared and blocked his way. It was obvious that these 4 demonic beasts were formed by the inscription formation and were not real. 4 demonic beasts, all in the early stage of the martial ancestor 3 Dan. Lu Ming could tell the strength of the 4 demonic beasts at a glance. Roar! Roar! The 4 monsters pounced at Lu Ming. Generous reward. Whoosh! Xiao! Xiao! Lu Ming's long spear trembled and 4 spear lights burst out. Pooh! The 4 demonic beasts were pierced by the spear's radiance, turning into energy particles and dissipating. Given Lu Ming's current cultivation, an ordinary 3rd-tier martial arts grandmaster was no match for him at all. He could easily kill him in one move. After the 4 demonic beasts were killed, Lu Ming walked a dozen meters forward. There was a ball of light with a secret manual floating in it. He inhaled the essential qi and the secret manual fell into Lu Ming's hands. The 10-swing sword technique, a low earth-grade martial skill. Lu Ming flipped it open and was slightly disappointed. Lu Ming had no use for the swordsmanship. Currently, Lu Ming had the ancient shield technique and the 3 palms. These 2 martial arts techniques were extremely ancient and were definitely top tier among the low earth level martial arts techniques. He had not cultivated the divine martial arts technique, 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Steps. It could be said that Lu Ming was not lacking in other martial arts techniques for the time being. What he wanted was a spear technique. He was still using the black-grade low-level martial skill fire gun technique, which was completely insufficient. However, it was an earth-grade martial skill after all. If he couldn't use it, he could sell it for a shocking price. Some of the top geniuses of the large sects naturally did not lack earth-level martial arts techniques, but many small sects, and even martial arts grandmasters among the individual cultivators, could not have an earth-level martial arts technique at all. For an earth-grade martial skill, they would be willing to go bankrupt. Therefore, the price of an earth-level martial skill was at least 1 million spiritual crystals. Lu Ming kept the secret manual and continued to move upwards. After walking for 100 meters, there was a flash of light, and another demonic beast appeared. This time, it was 8 demonic beasts of the early stage of the 3rd level of martial ancestor realm. It still did not hinder Lu Ming at all. Whoosh! Xiao! Xiao! 8 spear lights were shot out and 8 demonic beasts were killed. There was another ball of light in front. This time, the ball of light contained a spiritual weapon combat sword. It was a 4th level upper spiritual weapon. Lu Ming sighed. Why were they all related to swords? However, since it was a 4th level upper spiritual weapon, its price was not any lower than the 10-swing sword technique. Naturally, Lu Ming quickly kept it. Then, he continued to move upwards. But the next moment, he was slightly stunned, because he saw a short and fat figure. It was the chunky young man from the 7th route. At this moment, Lu Ming realized that the 8th path was actually going to merge with the 7th path. They were going to merge into one. It was the same for the other paths, where the 1st and 2nd paths converged. The 3rd and 4th converged, and the 5th and 6th converged. The two people on two different roads were about to meet. In the end, there were only 4 paths left. Obviously, the short and fat young man had also seen Lu Ming. A look of fear flashed in his eyes. His figure flashed repeatedly, wanting to rush up quickly. However, at the point where the two paths merged, light flickered and demonic beasts formed one after another. There were a total of 16 demonic beasts, and each of them had a stronger aura than the previous ones. The 16 demonic beasts were all at the peak of the martial ancestor 3 Dan. As soon as the 16 demonic beasts appeared, they pounced on the chunky young man. For a moment, the chunky young man was in a tough battle. Lu Ming rushed over quickly and spear lights burst out. The demonic beasts at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial ancestor realm could not put up any resistance and were killed by Lu Ming one by one. Soon, only a few of the 16 demonic beasts were left. Do you want me to do it myself? Lu Ming looked at the short and fat young man coldly. The short and stout youth's expression was extremely unsightly. Although he was a genius and his cultivation was at the peak of the 3rd grade Great Martial Master realm, his combat strength could even fight with an ordinary 4th grade Martial Ancestor realm martial artist. However, it was obvious that Lu Ming was stronger. He was not someone that an ordinary 4th level martial arts grandmaster could compare to. Although the short and stout youth was unwilling, he finally gritted his teeth and turned to leave. After all, no matter how precious the treasure was, if he lost his life, everything would be for naught. Lu Ming waved his spear and killed the remaining demonic beasts. He then walked toward the 3rd ball of light. This time, the ball of light was still a martial technique. Lu Ming picked it up and took a look. Earth-grade high-level martial arts technique. 100 steps divine fist. Lu Ming was overjoyed. This time it was actually an earth-level upper-level martial arts technique. It was really shocking. For a sect like the mystical sword sect, the highest level of martial skills was only earth-grade upper level. The price was frighteningly high. Lu Ming kept it excitedly and then swept his gaze to the other roads. The young man on the 2nd path was the unluckiest. As one of the 50 super rookies of the Blood Zhao Empire, he had met Yang Liuji. Without even fighting, he had voluntarily withdrawn. In the battle with Yang Liuji, he would definitely die. Duan Ling easily killed his opponent in the 3rd and 4th path. The battle between the 5th and 6th paths was the most intense, causing the others to stop. Xian Yanqing had a fierce battle with another super rookie of the Blood Zhao 50. Xian Yanqing displayed his terrifying combat power. A 7th level king bloodline was too powerful. The battle between them was extremely intense. This was a battle on the level of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun. After exchanging hundreds of blows, Xian Yanqing waved his hand and a huge beautiful woman's arm appeared out of thin air. She slapped her opponent and sent him flying, causing him to spit out blood. Xian Yanqing won this battle. This little girl is so powerful. If she goes all out, I might not be able to defeat her. It seems like I have to master the 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Step as soon as possible after I get out of here. I also have to break through to the 5th stage of the True War Dragon technique as soon as possible. Otherwise, my advantage will become less and less obvious compared to the other geniuses. Lu Ming pondered secretly and continued to rush upwards. After a while, more demonic beasts appeared. This time, there were only 4 of them, but each one of them had a much stronger aura than the previous demonic beasts. The 4 demonic beasts were all in the early stage of the martial ancestor realm level 4. The 4 demonic beasts roared and pounced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming fought with his spear. A 4th-tier martial arts grandmaster could not be killed in one shot. It gave Lu Ming a lot of pressure. Lu Ming did not use the human path palm. He only used his long spear and the power of wind and fire to fight. He wanted to use this battle to properly comprehend the fusion of wind and fire. Bang! One of the demonic beasts was sent flying by Lu Ming's spear, but it did not dissipate. It roared and charged at him again. Just like that, the demonic beasts charged at him one after another, only to be sent flying by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's usage of the wind and fire forces gradually became more skillful. However, he was still far from being able to integrate them completely. After 100 moves, the 4 demonic beasts suddenly exploded and disappeared. Lu Ming was stunned. It seemed that after the continuous attacks, the energy of the 4 demonic beasts had been exhausted and they had dissipated automatically. Lu Ming smiled. He walked forward and the 4th ball of light appeared. There was a jade box inside. Lu Ming kept it and was overjoyed when he opened it. In the jade box, there were actually portions of demonic beast blood essence. There were 9 points in total. It was written on the jade box that this was the blood essence of a Class 6 Level 4 demonic beast. Lu Ming was overjoyed. 9 portions of 6th grade 4th level demonic beast blood essence was a terrifyingly high price. It was equivalent to a 6th grade martial arts grandmaster. It would be very difficult for the outside world to buy it. Lu Ming kept it carefully. As they continued to advance, not long after, 8 demonic beasts of the early stage of the martial arts grandmaster 4 Dan appeared. Lu Ming continued to practice with the spear. After a while, the 8 demonic beasts exploded and disappeared. This time, the thing that appeared in the ball of light made Lu Weiming a little disappointed. It was a low-rank earth cultivation technique. Chapter 287 A Withered Vine. Lu Ming kept the cultivation technique and continued to move forward. After walking for a while, Lu Ming realized that the 2 paths overlapped again. In front of him, Xian Yanqing stood quietly, as if waiting for him. Xian Yanqing glanced at Lu Ming and walked forward without saying a word. With a flash of light, 16 demonic beasts were formed. This time, there were 16 demonic beasts at the peak of the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm. Xian Yanqing and the demonic beast were fighting. Little Qing, why didn't you wait for me to go together? Lu Ming rushed forward and smiled. Xian Yanqing snorted coldly and glared at Lu Ming. He clapped his hands repeatedly, as if he had mistaken the demonic beast for Lu Ming. He vented all his anger on the demonic beast. These demonic beasts were in a miserable state. A few of them were defeated on the spot. This woman is so violent. Lu Ming muttered and the spear's gleam burst out. With the 2 of them working together, the demonic beasts were all killed in a short time. The 2 of them stood facing each other, looking at each other in silence. Only one of them could continue forward. Little Qing, if we keep going, we'll probably have to fight Yang Liuji. If you can do it, I'll let you go. Lu Ming said with a smile. No need. I'm no match for Yang Liuji. I'll give you this chance. But let me tell you, if you lose to Yang Liuji and lose the treasure at the top, I'll never let you go. Xian Yanqing said through gritted teeth. Lu Ming had the golden-eyed blood corpse by his side. Perhaps she could compete with Yang Liuji directly. Xian Yanqing knew that she was not Yang Liuji's match, so she might as well give her to Lu Ming. Haha, thank you. Lu Ming said with a smile. Xian Yanqing glanced at him and turned to walk down. At the foot of the mountain, more than 1,000 people were looking up. They had no idea what was happening on the mountain, because after the mountain road went up for a while, it was covered by a layer of hazy light, and they could not see clearly. What do you guys think is up there? There must be some treasures. The stone tablet said it was the way for the disciples of the Cloud Emperor Palace to compete. The reward must be extraordinary. It's a pity that we're too weak. We can't go up at all. I know the other 6 of those 8 people. There's also a young man and a young woman, but I've never seen them before. I wonder who they are, to be able to suppress all the heroes and seize a path. As soon as Lu Ming and the rest disappeared, the crowd below started to discuss. After that, they began to wait, wanting to know what kind of treasure was on the mountain path. Look, someone's coming down. Not long after, someone called out. Everyone looked over and saw the short and fat youth walking down the 7th path. It's Kudong. Why did he come down? What happened? Everyone was confused. Guys, look. The 50 super rookies have also come down. At this moment, 2 people walked down from the 2nd and 6th roads. These 2 were 2 of the 50 super rookies from the Blood Zhao Empire. Even the 50 super novelties have come down. What kind of danger is there up there? Where are the others? Why didn't he come down? Did he die up there? Kudong, what's going on? Everyone was guessing and someone asked Kudong. Kudong was silent for a moment. He did not hide anything and explained what had happened. I see. After a few rounds, the two roads will meet and have a battle. No wonder it's said to be a competition for the disciples of the Cloud Emperor Palace. I'm not surprised that Yang Liuji won, but according to what Kudong said, the beautiful woman on the fifth path actually defeated the 50 super rookies. It's really unbelievable. That's right. According to this speculation, Duanling will definitely lose when he meets Yang Liuji later. The two strangers will face each other, and the person who wins in the end will face Yang Liuji. Yang Liuji has reached the end without a doubt. I wonder which of the two strangers will win? We'll see. We'll have a result soon. The crowd discussed as they waited. Not long after, someone came down. It was Duanling. His body was staggering, and his clothes were stained with blood. Duanling is injured. Could it be that he fought with Yang Liuji? I think so. He's overestimating himself. He wants to fight with Yang Liuji. He's lucky to have survived. That's right. Even Yin Jiuyo, the head of the Yin Moon's 9 talents, is no match for Yang Liuji. Hey, look, that woman is coming down. Someone suddenly called out. Everyone looked at the fifth road and saw Xian Yanqing coming down. This woman is so powerful. She defeated 50 super rookies, and she still lost? It seems like the other unfamiliar man is stronger? There are really crouching tigers and hidden dragons here. I wonder if that man can compete with Yang Liuji? That's impossible. That man's cultivation is too weak. He's far from the 6 extremes of Yang. That's true. Even so, everyone's eyes were still wide open as they stared at the mountain path, revealing looks of anticipation. Who would be the first one to come down? On the mountain path, after Xian Yanqing went down, Lu Ming continued to go up. There was a ball of light in front. This ball of light was actually a section of withered vine. The withered vine was only half a meter long and as thick as a finger. What is this? A withered vine? What's the use of it? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He held the withered vine and looked at it from left to right, but he could not see anything special about it. It was like an ordinary withered vine, without the slightest vitality. Forget it, I'd better keep it first. After all, he had obtained it from the ruins of the Cloud Emperor Palace. He wouldn't really give it to a withered vine, right? Perhaps it would be useful. After keeping it, Lu Ming continued to move upwards. After a while, more demonic beasts appeared. This time, 4 demonic beasts of the early 5th martial ancestor realm appeared. The 5th level of the martial arts grandmaster realm was 3 levels higher than Lu Ming's. It gave him immense pressure. Boom! Lu Ming did not hesitate to activate his blood meridian. It was not the 9 dragon bloodline that burst out, but his second bloodline. An ancient stone tablet appeared. The stone tablet was shrouded in a gray mist, making it look mysterious and unfathomable. Then, the stone tablet entered Lu Ming's body and his strength increased rapidly. In the past, Lu Ming rarely activated his blood meridian. It was not that he did not want to activate it, but the duration of the activation of the 9 dragon blood meridian was too short. It only lasted for a few breaths. But now that he had awakened his second bloodline, this problem would no longer exist. At the martial arts grandmaster realm, the duration of the bloodline eruption was increased to an hour, which was enough for him to fight without restraint. Lu Ming's blood meridian exploded. He was so powerful that he charged at the 4 demonic beasts with an imposing aura. Bang! He pulled out his spear and it collided with a demonic beast. With a loud boom, a burst of energy shot out, and he and the demonic beast retreated together. Roar! The other 3 demonic beasts charged at Lu Ming again. Good! Lu Ming let out a long howl and charged forward with the demon-subduing spear in his hand. The demon-subduing spear was shrouded in the power of wind and fire. When it was waved, it was extremely fast. At the same time, it exploded with waves of heat. Its lethality was extremely shocking. Boom! Boom! The rumbling sounds continued. During this process, Lu Ming did not let the blood corpse attack. Haha, this is great! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He was completely immersed in the battle. His fusion with the wind and fire forces had also deepened. Chapter 288 Battling the Six Extreme Yang. With the second blood meridian activated, Lu Ming felt that there was an inexhaustible amount of power in his body. Every time he struck with the spear, it was as if there was a stone tablet integrated into the spear. This made Lu Ming's every move and every form extremely terrifying. Bang! With a sweep of the spear, a demonic beast was sent flying. The 4 demonic beasts were like 4 leather balls that were constantly sent flying by Lu Ming. After about 100 moves, the 4 demonic beasts dispersed. Although these demonic beasts are not as strong as real demonic beasts, they are not that far off. It seems that if I unleash my full power now, I should be able to fight against an ordinary martial arts Grandmaster 5 Dan fighter. Lu Ming had a rough estimate of his own ability. After all, the difference in strength between each major realm was different. Following that, Lu Ming walked forward. There was another ball of light in front of him. This time it was a secret manual. Lu Ming flipped it open and was overjoyed. The Wind and Cloud Mantra was an Earth-grade upper-level cultivation technique. This was an Earth-grade upper-level cultivation technique. Cultivation techniques were different from martial arts techniques. Cultivation techniques were the foundation of a martial artist. Only with good cultivation techniques could one continue to cultivate and break through. A good cultivation technique would allow one to cultivate faster, and the true qi that one could cultivate would be more condensed and robust. One could also cultivate to a higher realm. A cultivation technique could create a sect. For example, the mystical sword sect cultivation technique was called the mystical sword technique. An upper earth level cultivation skill was many times more precious than a martial technique of the same level. Earth grade top rank was much more precious than earth grade low rank. Lu Ming was overjoyed as he kept it. Then, he continued to move upwards. Not long after, 8 demonic beasts at the peak of the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm appeared in front of Lu Ming. Roar! One of the demonic beasts roared and pounced on Lu Ming like the wind. Human Dao Palm. Lu Ming threw out a palm and the huge palm print collided with the demonic beast. Boom! Lu Ming's body trembled and he was forced to retreat by a huge force. As for the demonic beast, it only took a few steps back. The strength of a demonic beast at the peak of the 5th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm had already surpassed Lu Ming's. Blood corpse. With a thought, Lu Ming asked the golden-eyed blood zombie to take action. Lu Ming would definitely not be able to defeat 8 demonic beasts at the peak of the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. He might as well let the blood corpse take action. Roar! The blood corpse roared and pounced forward. It waved its claws continuously, sending out claw lights. Chi-chi! The 8 demonic beasts at the peak of the 5th martial ancestor realm were torn apart by the blood corpse like rags and disappeared. Lu Ming did not find it strange. He had long discovered that the golden-eyed blood corpse was in the 7th tier of the martial ancestor realm. It was extremely powerful and could easily deal with a 5th tier martial ancestor realm demonic beast. After killing the demonic beast, Lu Ming advanced forward with ease. There was still a ball of light waiting for him in front. This time, it was a wooden box. Lu Ming opened the wooden box and found a strange piece of metal lying inside. Is this the heavenly fire lava gold? After a careful identification, Lu Ming's heart trembled and he was overjoyed. The Skyfire lava gold was a rare treasure of heaven and earth. It was also the main material for forging a 5th grade spiritual weapon. A 5th level spiritual weapon was known as a king's spiritual weapon and was a weapon used by martial kings. Even a martial king would be envious of such a precious metal. Haha, we're rich, we're really rich. Lu Ming laughed and kept it happily. There's an upper earth grade cultivation technique and a heavenly fire lava gold. I'm really looking forward to what's next. Lu Ming was filled with anticipation. Carrying the blood corpse, he continued to move upwards. The golden-eyed blood corpse roared. It was not afraid of death and its body was impervious to swords and spears. Although it was in the 7th level of the martial ancestor realm, its combat strength was not something that an ordinary 7th level martial ancestor realm could compare to. After dozens of moves, the golden-eyed blood corpse started to gain the upper hand. Chapter 289. 10,000 Spiritual Combat Body. Detestable. Yang Liuji roared in his heart and attacked even more violently, but it was useless. The golden-eyed blood corpse's body was not as strong as swords or spears and was impervious to fire or water. It didn't even feel Yang Liuji's hot fist energy when it landed on its body. On the other hand, Yang Liuji had to avoid the golden-eyed blood corpse's claw radiance. If he was not careful, he could be torn apart. Buzz! After a dozen more moves, the golden-eyed blood corpse's claw landed on Yang Liuji's body. Yang Liuji dodged in shock, but he was still left with several wounds and blood. Roar! The golden-eyed blood corpse roared and pounced towards Yang Liuji. Yang Liuji's expression was extremely ugly. Damn it, kid. One day, I'll make sure you die without a burial ground. Yang Liuji let out a long, furious roar, then ran down the mountain. Take care, I won't send you off. Lu Ming waved his hands and said with a smile. This almost made Yang Liuji fall to the ground. He was so angry that his body trembled and he almost spat out blood. In the blink of an eye, Yang Liuji disappeared. At the foot of the mountain, more than 1,000 people were waiting quietly. Who would come down first? Everyone was thinking about the same question. Perhaps that kid will never be able to come down. Some people sneered and felt that Lu Ming would most likely die at the hands of Yang Liuji. Detestable guy, you can't die in the hands of Yang Liuji. Xian Yanqing muttered. Although she knew that Lu Ming had the golden-eyed blood corpse with him, she was not confident. At this time, she could not help but reveal a worried look in her eyes. Even she did not notice it. Someone's coming down. Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out. Many people were shocked and couldn't help but look at the 8th path. There was no one on the 8th route. Everyone's heart trembled as they looked at the first path. Yang Liuji, covered in blood, came down from the first path with a gloomy expression. Whoosh! The crowd burst into an uproar. More than 1,000 people were dumbfounded. The first to come down was Yang Liuji, and he was injured. Did he lose or win? Everyone was guessing that perhaps Yang Liuji had already killed Lu Ming and obtained the final reward. However, Yang Liuji's next performance made everyone know that he had most likely lost. He stood at the foot of the mountain and looked up at the peak with a cold expression. This expression was obviously a defeat. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Yang Liuji had been defeated. Who was this person? On the mountain path, Lu Ming did not know about this. After watching Yang Liuji leave, Lu Ming turned and walked up. Up ahead, the road had already come to an end. At the end of the road, there was a bright ball of light. A secret manual was floating in the ball of light. Another secret manual? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He had already obtained an upper earth grade cultivation technique, and now a secret manual had appeared. Could it be a heaven grade secret manual? Lu Ming's heart started to burn. Stretching out his hand, he drew in his zhenqi and the manual fell into his palm. The surface of the secret manual was covered with wisps of blood, which was extremely strange. He opened the manual and took a look. The 10,000 spiritual combat body was a body refining technique that could allow one to cultivate a 9th grade body at most. Lu Ming's heart trembled violently. Then he was overjoyed. It was actually a body refining cultivation method, and it could cultivate a 9th grade body. This was simply a priceless treasure, even more precious than heaven-level martial skills. Haha, I was just looking for a body refining technique. Lu Ming laughed heartily. Then, he started to read it impatiently. However, he had only read a few pages when heaven and earth suddenly shook. What's going on? Lu Ming's expression changed. Buzz! All of a sudden, a beam of light enveloped Lu Ming. He felt the world spinning around him and then disappeared from the mountain path. At the same time, pillars of light appeared at the foot of the mountain and enveloped everyone. Chapter 290. Exploded with a few punches. Little Qing, there's something I need to tell you. On the blood demon's back, Lu Ming suddenly said to Xian Yanqing. What is it? Xian Yanqing said coldly. Although she hated Lu Ming for calling her Xiaoqing, she had already tacitly agreed. I've seen your sister before, Lu Ming said. What? Xian Yanqing's pupils suddenly shrank, and a trace of hatred and determination flashed in his eyes. What did she say to you? Xian Yanqing stared at Lu Ming and asked. She told me to pass you a message. She told you not to keep thinking about surpassing her, because that's a waste of time, and it's impossible. Lu Ming relayed Xian Yanjuan's words to Xian Yanqing. As expected, you're still so self-righteous. After hearing this, Xian Yanqing gritted his teeth and said with determination, Isn't it just an innate king-level bloodline? What's so great about her? One day, I'm going to step on her. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming could not help but touch his nose. This chick really liked to trample on others. At the same time, he was secretly shocked. From what Xian Yanqing said, Xian Yanjuan actually had a natural king-level bloodline. That was terrifying. The meaning of innate king-class bloodline was that the first bloodline awakened was a king-class bloodline. Without a doubt, this kind of person was a rare monster with a terrifying talent. No wonder Xian Yanjuan was so powerful. With his 6th grade Grandmaster realm cultivation, he was able to injure a martial Grandmaster from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion with just an inscription formation. Lu Ming even suspected that Xian Yanjuan had not used his full strength at that time. What kind of sisters are they? What's their background? His talent was actually so amazing? They don't seem to get along? Lu Ming was secretly curious. However, since Xian Yanqing didn't say anything, he didn't ask. On the back of the blood demon, there was silence as they continued on their way to the Burning Sun Empire. Blazing Sun Empire, outside the Blood Realm and Devil's Denver. 4 figures were standing guard there. These 4 people were the ones who Qiu Chongkong had asked him to guard this place. How fucking unlucky. It's all because of those 2 little bastards. They made me stay in this godforsaken place. It's been more than 10 days. I think those 2 little bastards must have died in there. A burly man cursed unhappily. Although we'll definitely die if we enter the Blood Domain and Devil's Den, young Master Chongkong is just being cautious. Let's guard here for another month. If there's still no movement after a month, we'll leave. A white-haired old man said. He had the highest cultivation among the 4 of them, reaching the 4th level of Martial Ancestor Realm. Humph, I really hope those 2 little bastards didn't die. If that's the case, I'll make them regret being born into this world. The burly large man sinisterly said. However, the next moment, his pupils suddenly widened, revealing a look of disbelief. The other 3 were in a similar situation. In the Blood Realm and Devil's Cave, a bloody mist rolled out, and 3 figures walked out from the bloody mist. If it was not Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing, who else could it be? After more than a day's journey, the blood demon finally carried them to the border of the Burning Sun Empire's Blood Zone and Devil's Cave. There was no stone door here. Instead, there was a door of light. After stepping through the door of light, one would naturally leave the Blood Realm and Devil's Cave. However, the blood demons couldn't leave with them, but the golden-eyed blood zombies could. The golden-eyed blood zombies didn't belong to the Blood Zone. To Lu Ming's surprise, as soon as he left the Blood Realm and Devil's Den, he ran into the people from the Omnipresent Sword Sect. Ha ha ha, these 2 little bastards are really not dead? Fine, 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 I'll take them down and torture them. I'll make them tell me the secret of why they didn't die after entering the Blood Realm and Devil's Den. The burly man laughed. His eyes filled with coldness. The aura of a 2nd-grade martial arts grandmaster exploded from his body and pressed down on Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. You want to know? All right, come here, I'll throw you in and you'll know. Lu Ming smiled faintly. You're on the verge of death and you're still trying to win with your words. You're really stupid. Kneel down. The burly man strode forward and pressed his palm toward Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming's combat strength was not bad, he was at the 2nd level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. He was confident that he could suppress Lu Ming with a single palm. However, the result was completely beyond his expectations. Lu Ming stretched out his hand casually and grabbed his palm. At the same time, An extremely strong genuine qi gushed toward his palm. With a destructive force, it crushed his genuine qi and gushed into his arm. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking came from his palm. Then, the muscles of his arm exploded, and the bones broke into pieces. The burly man screamed like a pig being slaughtered. He was in so much pain that tears were flowing out. Bang! Lu Ming's kick landed on the burly man's dantian, shattering the cyclone in his dantian and crippling his cultivation. The burly man let out a desperate scream. That's fucking unpleasant to hear. Didn't you want to know why I didn't die after entering the Blood Realm and Devil's Den? You can go in and take a look yourself. With that, Lu Ming swung his arm and threw the burly man into the Blood Realm. Don't! The burly man shouted in despair, but in the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared. How dare you! You're looking for death. At this time, the remaining 3 people from the 10 Direction Sword School finally reacted. They all shouted, and their eyes revealed shock and disbelief. The burly man's strength was at the 2nd tier of the martial arts Grandmaster realm, but he was completely helpless against Lu Ming. It had only been a short 10 days. How did Lu Ming become so strong? You're the ones who will die today. The 10 Direction Sword sect will start with you. Let's collect some interest first. Lu Ming's gaze was cold as he strode toward the remaining 3 people. Presumptuous. You little bastard. Don't think that you can be impudent in front of me just because you killed a 2nd-level martial ancestor. I'll let you know that the difference between a 2nd-level and a 4th-level martial ancestor is like heaven and earth. The white-haired elder howled as his bloodline exploded, raising his strength to the maximum. Whoosh! He swung his sword, and a vast sword chi slashed toward Lu Ming. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered and threw a punch. Boom! A terrifying fist radiance burst out from Lu Ming's fist, tearing through the void and crashing into the vast sword chi. Bang! The sword chi instantly dispersed, but the remaining fist radiance didn't slow down and landed on the old man. The old man let out a blood-curdling screech and spat out a large mouthful of blood. His body was sent flying back 1,000 meters. How can he be so strong? This man is invincible. I have to run away and report this to young Master Chongkong. The white-haired old man revealed a look of disbelief and turned to run. When the other 2 saw that Lu Ming had sent the white-haired old man flying with 1 punch, they were scared out of their wits. They turned around and flew into the distance. You want to leave? How is that possible? Die! Lu Ming shouted coldly and threw 2 consecutive punches. Boom! Boom! 2 fist radiances streaked across the sky and headed towards the 2 people. The 2 of them were only in the 1st tier of the martial ancestor realm and could not resist at all. 2 screams rang out and the 2 of them were directly blown up in the air. Then, Lu Ming stepped on the void and chased after the old man. In just a few breaths, he had caught up to the old man. The old man roared and fought back desperately, but it was useless. He was blown up by Lu Ming's punch. Chapter 291. Don't Talk Nonsense. Lu Ming activated the 9-dragon bloodline and devoured the white-haired elder's blood essence. Then, in a flash, Lu Ming took away the storage rings of the others. At the same time, he also devoured all the blood essence. The 4 Grandmaster-level powerhouses of the Omnidirectional Sword School were killed by Lu Ming in such a short time. Qiu Chongkong probably did not even dream of this. Let's go! Lu Ming smiled faintly. Together with Xian Yanqing and the golden-eyed blood zombie, they soared into the sky and turned into a rainbow light, flying rapidly towards the imperial capital. As he flew, Lu Ming refined the blood essence. Let's see if my 2nd bloodline can increase its level by devouring essence blood. With a single thought, Lu Ming transferred all the energy refined from the 9-dragon bloodline to his 2nd bloodline. Instantly, the 2nd bloodline devoured the energy in a frenzy. Lu Ming could feel that the 3 Esilavirer chakras were shining and the strength of the 2nd bloodline was increasing. It's really useful. The grade of my 2nd bloodline can also be improved. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Heaven-defying. This was too heaven-defying. The 9-dragon bloodline could actually devour blood essence and upgrade the level of other bloodlines. This was too shocking. The level of his bloodline was not important anymore. What was important was that as long as he could devour the blood essence, His bloodline could be improved infinitely. Lu Ming immediately transferred the remaining energy essence to the second bloodline. The combined energy of 2 Martial Grandmaster 1 Dan, 1 Martial Grandmaster 2 Dan, and 1 Martial Grandmaster 4 Dan was too strong. If the 9 Dragon bloodline devoured it, it would probably level up instantly, which would attract Xian Yanqing's attention. The bloodline of the 9 dragons could not be exposed. However, although the blood essence was strong, it was still a drop in the bucket for the second bloodline. It was difficult for the second bloodline to level up. The amount of energy essence required for a third-level king bloodline to level up was extremely terrifying. Xian Yanqing seemed to sense that Lu Ming was a little strange, but he only took a casual glance and did not pay much attention to it. The two of them rushed to the imperial capital at full speed. With the two's current cultivation, their speed was much faster than before as they flew through the air. In just slightly more than half a day, the imperial capital was already in sight. The two of them returned to the imperial capital and rushed to the General Star Hall as fast as lightning. Previously, Lu Ming had already learned through the 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman that Lu Yuntian had returned to the imperial capital safely and was in the General Star's hall. Lu Ming could not wait to see Lu Yuntian. "Tianyun, you really did appear." Just as Lu Ming and the group were about to reach the General Star's hall, a loud shout was heard. The sound of the air being torn apart could be heard as 2 young men appeared in front of Lu Ming. "So it's you guys. You're really patient. You've been guarding this place like dogs. Thank you for your hard work." Lu Ming sneered as he looked at the 2 young men with a mocking smile. These 2 young men were the genius disciples from the 10 Directions Sword School, who had charged into the General Star Hall to kill Lu Ming. They had declared that they would stop Lu Ming outside the General Star Hall. He did not expect that the 2 of them would still be here after so many days. "What did you just say? You're looking for death." The 2 young men were furious, and 2 powerful auras rushed out of their bodies. The aura of a peak second-level martial ancestor realm expert was like a mountain. The people nearby were all alarmed. "What's going on? What's happening?" Those are the 2 golden disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School. The other side is Tianyun. "I know. Half a month ago, 2 disciples from the 10 Directions Sword School charged into the General Star Hall, wanting to kill Tianyun. In the end, they failed and were stopped by the elders of the General Star Hall and the experts of the royal family. In the end, the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School declared that they would kill Tianyun outside the General Star Hall. There's actually such a thing? Now that Tianyun has left the General Star Hall, he's finished. The experts of the General Star Hall will have no reason to interfere. Tianyun is in danger. Countless people in the surroundings were attracted by the commotion and gathered around, discussing spiritedly. "Tianyun, you shouldn't have said those words. Ever since you said those words, your tragic ending has already been determined. Today, I'll let you know what pain is, what it means to be unable to die." One of the disciples from the 10 Directions Sword Sect had an extremely gloomy expression. Killing intent burst out from his body, and it was as if it had materialized. Lu Ming actually dared to call them dogs. Damn it, this was definitely 1,000 times worse. Who were they? The golden disciples of the 10 Directions Sword Sect, the proud sons of heaven, had always been pampered. When had anyone dared to say this about them? Don't fucking babble. If you want to fight, then do it. If you don't, then get lost. Get as far away as you can. Lu Ming berated. The surrounding spectators were all stunned. This Tianyun was too overbearing, wasn't he? He actually dared to berate the geniuses of the 10 Directions Sword School like this. These were a few young grandmasters. They were incomparably powerful, and many of the older generation had to be extremely respectful in front of them. Where did Tianyun get his confidence from? I think Tianyun is going all out. He knows that he's going to die, so why don't he just curse to his heart's content? I think so too. It must be so. The surrounding people were discussing. Kill, kill, kill. Tianyun, I'm going to kill you and feed your corpse to the dogs. A young man from the 10 Directions Sword Sect shouted. He couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Buzz! The combat sword trembled and a terrifying sword ray, sparkling and dazzling, was slashed at Lu Ming. Retreat, quickly retreat! The others in the surroundings were extremely shocked and quickly retreated. This sword was too terrifying. If they were swept by the aftermath, they would either die or be injured. However, Lu Ming's body was as tall as a mountain. He stood there, not moving. Beside him, Xian Yanqing and the golden-eyed blood corpse were also standing there motionless, as if they didn't see anything. Dumbfounded. Tianyun and the others have been scared silly. Many people roared in their hearts and came to this conclusion. The sword gleam was about to slash down on Lu Ming's head. At this moment, Lu Ming stretched out his palm. His palm glowed and a long spear condensed. Boom! The sword gleam slashed at the long spear that Lu Ming had condensed and a deafening boom was heard. Then, everyone saw that Lu Ming's body did not move at all. His clothes did not even flutter. He used the long spear condensed from essential qi in his hand to block the sword gleam steadily. The crowd was dumbfounded. He blocked it. How could Lu Ming block the sword of the youth from the omnidirectional sword sect so easily? Could it be that the young man from the 10 Directions sword sect had not used his full strength? The eyes of the youth from the 10 Directions sword sect almost popped out, and his heart was in turmoil. Others might not know, but he knew very well that he had used all his strength in that sword attack. Previously, Lu Ming had been forced to flee in a sorry state under this sword attack. He did not even have the strength to fight back. How much time had passed? How was it possible that Lu Ming could easily block his sword? This is your strength? You haven't changed at all, you're just making progress on the spot. How disappointing. Lu Ming spoke in a slightly mocking tone. Then Lu Ming's long spear trembled. The body of the spear shook and a terrifying force exploded. Ah! The young man from the 10 Directions sword school let out a blood-curdling screech as his body flew out like a cannonball. He crashed through more than 10 walls before he could stabilize himself, but blood spurted out of his mouth. Chapter 292. Challenging Qiu Chonglai. Cc Gu. Gasps of shock could be heard. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. This was too strong, the gap was too big. The gold disciple of the 10 Directions sword school couldn't resist at all and was easily suppressed. Previously, those who thought that Lu Ming was dead for sure felt their faces burning. Lu Ming was not scared out of his wits. He was not courting death. He had the confidence and the ability. Die! The long spear condensed from essential qi in Lu Ming's hands turned into a flash of lightning and shot out like an arrow. The long spear pierced through the chest of the youth from the 10 Directions sword school, killing him. Run! The remaining young man was scared out of his wits as he frantically fled into the distance. Who told you that you can walk? Let's go and accompany your companions. A cold voice came out of Lu Ming's mouth. Then, a long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The long spear pierced through the void and pierced towards the other party. Break! The other party roared and used all his strength to slash out with his sword. A mighty sword qi slashed at Lu Ming's long spear. However, with a splat, the sword qi was pierced through by the long spear. The long spear did not stop, it was as fast as lightning. No! The youth from the 10 Directions sword school shouted. Stop! An earth-shattering shout suddenly came from the distance. But it was too late. The chest of the youth from the 10 Directions sword school was pierced through by the spear, and a huge hole was blasted open. His body fell to the ground, and his blood scattered in the air. Buzz! At this time, a violent air-piercing sound was heard, and a figure appeared in the sky. This figure was also a young man in his 20s. Qiu Chonglai! It's Qiu Chonglai! Someone exclaimed when they saw the young man. Qiu Zhonglia's name had shaken the entire Blazing Sun Empire during this period of time. It was because he had defeated one of the 6 heroes, Ling Yanqi, not too long ago that he had become unparalleled in the limelight. Some people had already spread the rumor of the 7 heroes of the Scorching Sun because of him. Qiu Chonglia's face darkened. He glared at Lu Ming and said, You're Tianyun? You actually dared to kill a genius of my 10 Directions sword school. Do you know how big of a crime you've committed? Do you know that this is a great crime that will result in the extermination of 9 generations of your family? Laughable. Lu Ming smiled faintly and said, They've tried to kill me several times, so I can't kill them? I don't care if you're from the 10 Directions Sword Sect or the 9 Directions Sword Sect. Anyone who dares to offend me will be killed. Kill. 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 The 3 words resounded in the air. They were filled with killing intent and sent chills down one's spine. How dare you? You're looking down on the 10 Directions Sword School. You must be beheaded. Qiu Chonglai shouted as a beam of sword chi shot out of his body and into the sky. Cut your sister. If you want to fight, then fight. Why do you have so much nonsense to say? Now, I'm officially challenging you. Lu Ming howled madly, his voice rumbling and spreading in all directions. Everyone was stunned. Tianyun actually wanted to challenge Qiu Chonglai? Was he crazy? Although he had displayed incredible combat strength, and the 2 martial ancestor realm 2 Dan youths were unable to resist him, he was still a powerful man. However, no one believed that he was a match for Qiu Chonglai. Qiu Chonglai was a peerless genius secretly nurtured by the 10 Directions Sword School. Once he was born, he defeated Ling Yanqi, one of the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun Empire. He was extremely powerful and could be said to be standing at the peak of the younger generation of the Burning Sun Empire. How long had it been since Tianyun rose to power? Not long ago, he was only at the Great Martial Master realm. How could he be Qiu Chonglia's match? Tianyun, you can't. At this moment, a long howl came from the distance, and a few figures rushed over. It was Hua Qi and a few elders from the imperial family. The elders and Hua Qi quickly arrived. Tianyun, don't be rash. This is the imperial capital. Let's see what Qiu Chonglai can do to you. Hua Qi called out. It was not that he did not trust Lu Ming. On the contrary, he trusted Lu Ming very much. He believed that it was very possible that Lu Ming would surpass the 6 Scorching Sun heroes in a year or 2. However, he did not believe that Lu Ming could defeat Qiu Chonglai. It was too unbelievable. Hua Qi, what are you doing? Don't think that you can stop me just because you're some bullshit prince. If you anger me, I'll kill you as well. Now, get out of my way. Qiu Chonglai looked at Hua Qi and chided. From his tone, he did not put Hua Qi in his eyes at all. How dare you disrespect the 8th prince? An old man shouted from the edge of the pool. Old thing, what are you shouting for? So what if I'm disrespectful? What can you do to me? Let me tell you, today Tianyun killed a gold-ranked disciple of our 10 Directions Sword Sect. His crime is unforgivable, and no one can save him. Qiu Chonglai was extremely arrogant as he glared at Hua Qi and the others. Hua Qi and the other elders had ugly expressions. Hey, are you done with your nonsense? I challenged you just now. If you don't fucking dare to accept the challenge, just say it. Don't try to change the topic here and talk nonsense. Lu Ming shouted. Everyone was stunned. Qiu Chonglai was arrogant, but this Tianyun was even more arrogant and savage than Qiu Chonglai. You fuck. Qiu Chonglia's face turned ashen, and he almost vomited blood. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down and said coldly, Fine, I agree to fight you. It's a life and death battle. No outsiders are allowed to interfere. Good, that's just what I want. I'm really afraid that if I accidentally kill you, the old man from the 10 Directions Sword School will come to me for revenge. Lu Ming said loudly. Ha ha ha, Tianyun, what do you think the 10 Directions Sword School is? Don't worry, if you really can kill me, it'll be because my cultivation is not enough. My 10 Directions Sword Sect will not pursue this matter. But let me tell you, it's impossible for you to kill me. I'll let you know what despair is. Qiu Chonglai laughed with confidence. His voice spread far and wide, and everyone heard it. All right, then let's fight. Lu Ming let out a long howl. He took a step forward and appeared in the air, standing opposite Qiu Chonglai. Lu Ming has broken through to the martial ancestor realm. Seeing this, Hua Qi's mind stirred. A hint of surprise appeared in his eyes, followed by a hint of joy. He understood Lu Ming very well. Lu Ming would never fight a battle that he was not confident in. Buzz! With a wave of his hand, a huge combat sword flew out and hovered above Qiu Chonglia's head. A terrifying sword chi spread out in all directions, covering half the sky. Die! Qiu Chonglai bellowed. His sword trembled and turned into a terrifying sword ray that slashed toward Lu Ming. The sword chi was fused with an incomparably powerful force. The momentum of the mountain that had reached the great completion, caused the attack power of the sword ray to reach its peak. The two golden disciples from the 10 Directions Sword School were trash compared to him. There was no way to compare them. The sword light slashed down, terrifying and shocking. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. The demon-subduing spear appeared in his hand and he thrust the spear forward. The true chi in his body continuously gathered at the tip of the spear. At the same time, the power of wind and fire also gathered and compressed at the tip of the spear. This was the 6th move of the fire gun art explosion. However, Lu Ming had modified it to merge the wind and fire forces. The power of wind and fire had been condensed to the extreme, but it was still not completely fused. However, its power was already very shocking. Explode! Go! Lu Ming shouted. A terrifying force suddenly burst out from the tip of the spear. The two forces met in the air. Chapter 293. Fusion of Wind and Fire. Boom! Heaven and earth shook violently as if a sun had exploded in the sky. Terrifying waves swept in all directions. From the ground, one could see that a visible wave of air exploded from the point where the two met in the air. It spread out rapidly and covered the entire imperial city in an instant. At that moment, all the powerful cultivators in the imperial capital were shocked. They looked at the place where Lu Ming and Qiu Chonglai were fighting. Boom! After the earth-shaking tremor, the two figures quickly retreated, each retreating 1,000 meters. They were evenly matched. Whoosh! In an instant, the entire place burst into an uproar. Lu Ming was actually able to fight Qiu Chonglai head-on, and they were even. How is that possible? How was this possible? Tell me, am I blind? What I just saw wasn't real. You're blind, but I'm not. I saw it too. My God. Tianyun was only a martial grandmaster half a month ago. It's only been half a month, and he's already able to fight Qiu Chonglai. Isn't this a little too crazy? I've lived my life in vain. Everyone's nerves seemed to be in a mess as they screamed randomly to vent the shock in their hearts. It was simply too shocking. This guy. Hua Qi was tongue-tied and almost couldn't speak. Beside him, the few elders of the imperial family were also dumbfounded. Damn it! Tianyun, you deserve to die. Qiu Chonglai roared. Qiu Chonglai, was a genius, but he had been in hiding for more than 20 years. His goal was to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat and break through the clouds. In the end he did it. With a single move, he defeated one of the 6 heroes, Ling Yanqi. His name shook the world and his glory was boundless. He enjoyed this kind of glory incomparably. He had a kind of ambition. He wanted to climb all the way up and trample all the other geniuses under his feet. He might even be able to replace Qiu Chongkong. However, to think that he would actually be stopped by an ant like Tianyun. This caused his reputation to be somewhat imperfect. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Boom! Qiu Chonglia's body flashed with a blood-red light as a ferocious tiger charged out. This ferocious tiger had a pair of wings on its back, and its aura soared into the sky. Around the tiger, there was a dazzling Esilavirer chakra. King-level first-class bloodline. Tianyun, I have a king-tier bloodline, and I'm a natural-born king. Why don't you die? Qiu Chonglai bellowed. His aura was incomparably powerful as he slashed his sword toward Lu Ming again. Natural king. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. His body shook and a blood-red light shot out. Then, a huge stone tablet emerged. The 3 Esilavirer chakras on the stone tablet were so bright that they almost blinded the others. Oh heavens, oh earth, what am I seeing? 3 Esilavirer chakra? A 3rd-level royal bloodline. It's actually a 3rd-level royal bloodline? How is that possible? Monster, he's a real monster. The crowd's mood that had finally calmed down was turned upside down again. Everyone let out a roar of disbelief. Hua Qi's dumbfounded expression turned into a bitter smile. He had tried his best to overestimate Lu Ming. However, he realized that he was wrong every time. He had always underestimated Lu Ming. No, this is impossible. Qiu Chonglia's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he shrieked in disbelief. Boom! Lu Ming waved his long spear and blocked Qiu Chonglia's sword gleam. He then looked at Qiu Chonglai with a cold smile and said, "What's impossible? It's just a third-level king bloodline. How big of a deal is that? What was there to be surprised about? You're just a frog at the bottom of a well." There was a 7th-tier king-level bloodline genius standing next to him. Lu Ming did not think that a third-level king-level bloodline was a big deal. Kill. So what if it's a third-level king-class bloodline? You'll still die today. Qiu Chonglai roared. He was so jealous that he was about to go crazy. In his heart, Tianyun was just like an ant. He had actually awakened a third-level king bloodline, which was 2 levels higher than him. This was unforgivable. He must kill Lu Ming. He could not allow Lu Ming to live in this world. Just now, he was still feeling smug and self-proclaimed to be a natural-born king, looking down on Lu Ming. However, in the blink of an eye, Lu Ming erupted with a third-level king-level blood meridian. His blood meridian was trash compared to Lu Ming's. This was like a slap to his own face. This made his killing intent towards Lu Ming even stronger. Buzz! Qiu Chonglia's sword trembled as he charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's spear trembled as he charged toward Qiu Chonglai. Boom! Boom! The two of them were engaged in an intense battle. One had to admit that Qiu Chonglai was indeed extremely powerful, far more powerful than the other young experts of his generation. He was at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial ancestor realm. His force had reached the phenomenal success stage, and he had also cultivated a low earth-grade martial skill to the 4th stage. The cultivation technique he practiced should be a low earth-level cultivation technique. With the first-class king bloodline, he could kill a peak 4th-level martial ancestor realm martial artist with one move, let alone a martial artist of the same level as him. He could cross 2 levels and fight with a peak 5th-level martial ancestor realm martial artist. It was not easy for Lu Ming to win since his cultivation level was more than a level lower. Moreover, Lu Ming did not use any earth-level martial arts technique. He wanted to use the power of wind and fire to fight against Qiu Chonglai. He wanted to use Qiu Chonglia's hands to temper the power of wind and fire so that the power of wind and fire could be completely fused as soon as possible. Boom! In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed and Lu Ming was gradually at a disadvantage. After all, he didn't use an earth-rank martial skill, so he suffered a great loss in this aspect. Tianyun is going to be defeated. Seems like Qiu Chonglai is still stronger. However, for Tianyun to be able to fight Qiu Chonglai to this extent, it's already extremely terrifying. With Tianyun's bloodline, he might be able to surpass Qiu Chonglai in time. The people watching the battle couldn't help but express their opinions. In the crowd, Hua Qi had a worried expression. "Elders, if Tianyun is no match for you later on, you must save Tianyun no matter what price you have to pay." Hua Qi secretly sent a message to the imperial family elders. "8th Prince, don't worry. We will protect young Master Tianyun even if it means our lives," a few imperial family elders said. Only then did Hua Qi relax a little and continue to watch the battle. "Haha, Tianyun, go to hell!" Qiu Chonglai let out a long howl. His aura was like a rainbow. Dazzling sword qi continued to burst out, determined to kill Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming turned a deaf ear to everything in the outside world. He was completely immersed in his own world, in the world of wind and fire. Soon. Just a little bit more and the wind and fire will be completely fused together. Just a little bit more. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He waved the long spear in his hand at an increasing speed. The space was filled with spear shadows. Moreover, each spear shadow was more powerful than the last. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had been exchanged. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He felt that the wind and fire had reached a point. When they reached this point, the wind and fire had completely fused together. "I've succeeded!" Lu Ming was overjoyed. Buzz! Lu Ming's long spear shook. The power of wind and fire combined and exploded into a terrifying wave, destroying Qiu Chonglia's sword radiance. Whoosh! Then, the long spear shook and stabbed out like a real dragon. The power of wind and fire fused together and exploded. Bang! Qiu Chonglai let out a blood-curdling screech as his body was sent flying several thousand meters away. Chapter 294 Overbearing Killing. How did this happen? Qiu Chonglai stood thousands of meters in the sky, spitting out a large mouthful of blood as he let out a roar of disbelief. The countless spectators were also in disbelief. What was going on? Qiu Chonglai had clearly gained the upper hand earlier, and victory was only a matter of time. Why did Tianyun suddenly unleash his full power and send Qiu Chonglai flying with a single strike, severely injuring him? Could it be that Tianyun had been hiding his strength all along? Haha, Qiu Chonglai, thank you. Thank you for sparring with me just now, allowing me to cultivate a martial skill. Lu Ming laughed heartily. What? The countless spectators looked at each other and then came to a realization. Lu Ming had actually borrowed Qiu Chonglia's help to cultivate a unique skill. The crowd was speechless. Lu Ming was actually using Qiu Chonglai to cultivate. It was crazy. The craziest thing was that he had actually succeeded. Tianyun. Qiu Chonglai howled into the sky and spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. These few mouthfuls of blood were completely from anger. This was an insult. This was an insult. Qiu Chonglai felt as if his anger was about to burst out of his chest. What are you screaming for? It's your honor to be able to let me use you to cultivate. Lu Ming stepped in the air and chided indifferently. Wasn't Qiu Chonglai crazy? I'm more arrogant than you. Boom! Following that, Lu Ming pulled the spear down. The power of wind and fire naturally fused together, erupting with a terrifying power. Bang! Qiu Chonglia's sword qi was instantly destroyed, and the spear continued to strike Qiu Chonglai. Bang! Qiu Chonglai was sent flying like a rubber ball. His body was almost blown apart, and he was spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Crushing, a complete crushing. The power of wind and fire is actually so strong when completely fused. Lu Ming secretly sighed in his heart. The power of the fusion of wind and fire had greatly exceeded Lu Ming's expectations. Lu Ming estimated that the power of the fusion of wind and fire should be equivalent to the 6th level of the low earth level martial arts technique. After force has reached perfection, it's time to comprehend intent. The natural force of heaven and earth, the natural intent of heaven and earth, contains too many profound mysteries. I've only touched the surface of it now. In the future, I'll have to work harder on force. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. The fusion of wind and fire force will be called wind and fire kill. It can be considered a killing move that I comprehended on my own. In the future, as my comprehension of wind and fire force deepened, I might be able to create a set of martial skills that belongs to me. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. Ah! Qiu Chonglai howled as he turned around to run. However, Lu Ming caught up with him in a few steps. Whoosh! Whoosh! A few spear strikes landed on Qiu Chonglia's body, causing him to scream in pain. It was unknown how many bones in his body had been broken, and he was almost unable to fly. He was barely able to remain in the air. The entire arena fell silent. Qiu Chonglai was no match for Tianyun at all. This was a one-sided battle. Tianyun, stop. This battle ends here. I admit that your strength is indeed slightly stronger than mine. Qiu Chonglai shouted. Stop? Have you forgotten that we have agreed to a life-and-death battle, one that will not end until one of us is dead? Lu Ming sneered as he walked toward Qiu Chonglai. Qiu Chonglai used the last of his strength to retreat as he shouted, No, you can't kill me. Tianyun, I'm warning you. I'm the peerless genius of the 10-Direction Sword School, and I'm destined to become a figure at the peak of the world. If you kill me, the 10-Direction Sword School will never let you off. What a joke. You and I have a life-and-death battle. Neither side will pursue the matter. This is the rule of martial arts. If the 10-Direction Sword School pursues the matter because of this, it will be breaking the rule of martial arts and making an enemy of all martial arts cultivators in the world. I would like to see if the 10-Direction Sword School has the ability to do so. Lu Ming sneered in response. At the same time, He closed in on Qiu Chonglai with a bone-chilling murderous intent. No, Tianyun, you can't do this. Let me tell you, if you really kill me, no one can protect you. Don't think that the royal family can protect you. Let me tell you, the royal family will be destroyed sooner or later, and the 10-Direction Sword School will unify the Blazing Sun Empire sooner or later. When that time comes, there will be no place for you in the Blazing Sun Empire. Qiu Chonglai bellowed and even tried to threaten Lu Ming. Oh really? That's a matter for the future. I'll kill you first. Lu Ming sneered. He was already close to Qiu Chonglai. He extended his palm and tried to grab Qiu Chonglai. Qiu Chonglai was already on the verge of death. He had no way of resisting and was held by his throat by Lu Ming. His body began to struggle violently, and his eyes were filled with fear and despair. Just now, didn't you say that you wanted me to understand what despair is? Now you should understand, right? Lu Ming looked at Qiu Chonglai coldly and said with a hint of mockery. Just now, Qiu Chonglai had arrogantly told Lu Ming that he wanted him to understand what despair was. Now he understood. No. Please don't kill me, I beg you, I beg you. Qiu Chonglai shouted out with all his might. He was truly terrified and desperate. The experts of the 10-Direction Sword Sect had all rushed back to the 10-Direction Sword Sect to discuss an important matter. He was the strongest among those who remained in the imperial capital, so no one would come to save him. It was useless even if he came. However, he didn't want to die. He was a peerless genius with a great future. He really didn't want to die. At that moment, he was filled with regret. Why did he have to provoke Lu Ming? Now he understood one thing. There were some people that he could never afford to offend. But it was too late to realize it now. It's too late to beg me now. Lu Ming's eyes glowed coldly. Then his essential qi exploded. Bang! Qiu Chonglia's body exploded in the air. Lu Ming secretly controlled his blood meridian and devoured Qiu Chonglia's blood essence. Of course, he would not let go of his storage ring. Silence. At this moment, it was as if the entire imperial capital had fallen silent. Qiu Chonglai had been killed by Tianyun. This genius who had just risen and was about to become one of the 7 heroes of the Scorching Sun had been killed just like that. This Tianyun is too domineering. He's really a ruthless man. The higher-ups of the 10-Direction Sword School are probably going crazy now that Qiu Chonglai has been killed. So what if I go crazy? Tianyun and Qiu Chonglai are fighting to the death according to the rules of martial arts. Would the 10-Direction Sword Sect dare to interfere? Even if we don't interfere openly, we can do it in the dark. That's true. In the imperial capital, countless people were discussing excitedly. Of course, there were also people who sighed. The path of martial arts was just so cruel. No matter how talented you were, you could die at the hands of a stronger genius. The fall of a genius represented the rise of another genius. From now on, there would be one more top genius in the Blazing Sun Empire. That was Tianyun. He really killed Qiu Chonglai. At the edge of the pool, a few imperial family elders were still in disbelief. This is his style. Hua Qi smiled bitterly. Buzz. Lu Ming moved and appeared at the edge of the pool. Let's go to the General Star Hole. After being delayed by the people from the Omnidirectional Sword Sect for such a long time, Lu Ming could not wait to see Lu Yuntian. Hua Qi nodded. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and the golden-eyed blood corpse followed him to the General Star Hall. Chapter 295. The Martial Emperor's Treasure. When Lu Ming saw Lu Yuntian again, they were in an extremely well-hidden side hall of the General Star Hall. Right now, Lu Yuntian had already changed into a new set of robes. He had shaved off his beard and combed his hair neatly. His sword-like brows extended to his temples, making him look extraordinarily handsome. When Lu Yuntian was young, he was already a rarely seen handsome man. However, there was a hideous scar on the top of his nose that extended all the way to his lips, ruining his beauty. However, Lu Yuntian did not mind at all. He only stared at Lu Ming in a daze and sized him up carefully. Ming-er, you've finally grown up. You've even become a genius whose name shakes the world. As expected of my son. Ha! After a long while, Lu Yuntian laughed out loud. He was very satisfied. During this period of time, Hua Qi had already told him everything about Lu Ming. He was extremely excited and gratified to hear that Lu Ming had achieved so much. However, Lu Ming's nose was sour. His eyes were filled with tears as he said in a trembling voice, "Father, who is it? Who did this? I will make him pay 10 times the price." He had already checked Lu Yuntian's body in detail earlier. Other than a scar on his face, Lu Yuntian's internal injuries were even more severe. All the meridians in his body were broken, and not a single part was intact. In such a situation, let alone cultivation, he was not even as strong as an ordinary person. It was hard to imagine what kind of suffering Lu Yuntian had gone through all these years. Lu Ming felt a terrifying killing intent about to burst out of his chest. "Ming-er, I'll say the same thing again. Don't be rash. Before you have absolute strength, you can't act on impulse." Lu Yuntian muttered to himself. "Father, don't worry. Ming-er knows," Lu Ming said, but his fists were clenched tightly. "Fine, father will tell you." All of this was done by Qiu Chongkong. Lu Yuntian sighed. "Qiu Chongkong, it's him." Lu Ming growled and then said, "Why?" "Father, why did Qiu Chongkong do this to you?" "Because of the martial emperor's treasure," Lu Yuntian said. Back then, Qiu Chongkong wasn't the current leader of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun, but he was already a young genius. For some reason, he found out that I had the martial emperor's treasure, so he secretly sent people to capture me. He has been interrogating me all these years, trying to get the news of the martial emperor's treasure from me. Haha, he's dreaming. How could I tell him? It's just a waste of effort. Qiu Chongkong, I'll make sure he pays a terrible price for this. Lu Ming said in a low voice, his voice extremely cold. The martial emperor's treasure? Why is he so sure that father knows about the martial emperor's treasure? I do know about the martial emperor's treasure. Lu Yuntian chuckled. What? Lu Ming was greatly shocked. Haha, I got the news of the martial emperor's treasure by accident. But I was prepared for it, so I've already left the news to you. Lu Yuntian smiled. You're leaving it for me? Lu Ming was a little stunned. Could it be that bronze pendant? Lu Ming asked. No. Lu Yuntian smiled. I obtained that bronze pendant by chance. I found it interesting, so I've been carrying it with me. I'll leave it to you later. The news of the martial emperor's treasure is actually in that heavenly star sword. Heavenly star sword? Lu Ming was stunned. Then, he moved his hand and the star sword appeared in his hand. Lu Yuntian was overjoyed. He took the heavenly star sword and examined it carefully before passing it to Lu Ming. That's right. I've sealed the news of the martial emperor's treasure in this heavenly star sword. In this heavenly star sword, there's a key to opening the martial emperor's treasure, as well as a map. You can find an inscription master to retrieve them later on. When your cultivation reaches a certain level, you can head to the martial emperor's treasure and obtain a great opportunity. It's actually in the heavenly star sword. Lu Ming secretly sighed. Ming-er, how has your mother been all these years? Lu Yuntian asked. However, his voice was trembling. Father, mother is very good. It's just that all these years, I've been thinking about you. Lu Ming said. That's good. I've let her down all these years. Lu Yuntian sighed. Father, don't worry. The imperial family has already secretly sent people to pick up mother. Our family will be reunited soon. Lu Ming said. Lu Yuntian's eyes revealed a hint of anticipation. Father, don't worry. Even if I have to travel all over the world, I will find the spiritual medicine to heal your injuries and let you embark on the path of martial arts again. Lu Ming said firmly. Ming-er, it's good that you have this intention. However, it's easier said than done to cure my injuries. There's no need to force yourself. Lu Yuntian sighed. It had been many years since he had been injured, and all his meridians had been severed. It would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to heal him. He did not have much hope for himself. He was already satisfied to be able to see Lu Ming and Li Ping in his lifetime. However, Lu Ming's gaze was extremely determined. The divine wilderness continent was vast and boundless. There would be no lack of treasures. Legend had it that some treasures could even regrow broken limbs or bring the dead back to life. As long as he could obtain that treasure, it would not be a small matter to cure Lu Yuntian's meridians and remove the scars on his face. No matter how hard it is, I must get it. Lu Ming secretly swore. After that, he had a long chat with Lu Yuntian. After chatting for a few hours, Lu Ming left the place. Regardless of whether he wanted to avenge Lu Yuntian or treat his injuries, he could not do without a powerful cultivation base. He had to cultivate non-stop. Qiu Chongkong, you and I will not rest until one of us is dead. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with murderous intent. After returning to his room, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and walked away, thinking carefully about the direction of his cultivation. Currently, he had a few main cultivation directions. One of them was the breakthrough of the true war dragon technique. He had obtained the dragon bone pearl from Xian Yanqing. As long as he obtained a supplementary material called the cold spirit fluid, he would be able to break through to the 5th stage of the true war dragon technique and possess 6 times the strength of ordinary true qi. The other was the cultivation of the 10,000 spiritual combat body. As long as he could cultivate his body to the 4th stage, he could start to practice the divine level martial technique, 9 dragons heaven treading steps. Alright, let's go and buy a portion of the cold spirit fluid first. Lu Ming stood up and walked towards the imperial city's market. The cold spirit fluid was only a supplementary material. It was not particularly rare. After circling the market once, Lu Ming successfully bought a portion. After returning to the General Star's Hall and entering the Supreme Shrine, Lu Ming took out the worm dragon bone pearl and the cold spiritual liquid and began to cultivate. First, he refined the water dragon bone bead, and then mixed it with the cold spirit liquid. Half a day later, the true war dragon technique had successfully broken through and reached the 5th stage. The surging true qi circulated in his meridians, vast and endless. Lu Ming's combat strength had increased by a large margin. If I cultivate the true war dragon technique to the 9th stage, I'll have 10 times the amount of true qi. I wonder how powerful I'll be. Lu Ming was filled with anticipation. He hoped that he could cultivate the true war dragon technique to the 9th level as soon as possible. With 10 times the amount of essential qi, Lu Ming would be unrivaled among those of the same level, unless the other party also cultivated a divine level technique. Now let's count. Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. He then waved his hand and a pile of storage rings appeared on the ground. They were all obtained from killing enemies during this period of time. Chapter 296. 4th grade physical body, 9 dragons trampling the heavens. In the remains of the Cloud Emperor Palace, although he didn't kill many people, his opponents had killed a lot of people. Which one of them didn't have a few lives? Therefore, when he sorted out the storage rings, there were more than 200 of them. Most of the 200-odd storage rings belonged to 8th or 9th grade Grandmaster realm young geniuses, but there were also dozens of storage rings that belonged to martial grandmasters. There were even storage rings from peerless geniuses like Qiu Chonglai and Zhao Hong. Lu Ming was full of anticipation for the wealth inside. He didn't know and was shocked. Even though Lu Ming was mentally prepared, he was still dumbfounded. A mountain of spiritual crystals could not even be stored in a storage ring. There were 56 million spiritual crystals in total. 50 million? What a terrifying number this was. Lu Ming was in a daze. Holding back his ecstasy, Lu Ming used a few storage rings to keep the spiritual crystals and looked at the other items. There were over 4,000 spirit weapons. There were more than 12,000 spiritual herbs and grasses. However, most of them weren't very high level, and only a few of them had reached level 4. There were also over 200 books of various cultivation techniques and martial arts techniques, as well as all kinds of forging materials. He had struck it rich. Lu Ming had struck it rich. This amount of wealth. Other than the 5 great sects and the royal family, I don't think the other small forces in the Blazing Sun Empire would have this much even if they went bankrupt. Lu Ming secretly sighed. Half an hour later, Lu Ming put the various items into the storage ring and kept them. Then, he kept it and the 10,000 Spirit Combat Body Manual appeared in Lu Ming's hands. He flipped it open and started to read it carefully. An hour later, Lu Ming closed the secret manual. The 10,000 spiritual combat body is so terrifying and mysterious. Lu Ming was amazed. The 10,000-mile battle body could refine all the spirits in the world and produce the chi of 10,000 spirits, which would be integrated into the body and constantly improve the strength of the body. 10,000 spirits, as long as it was something with spirituality in the world, it could be used. For example, all kinds of spiritual herbs, metal materials, and ores that contain spiritual essence could be refined into the chi of 10,000 spirits to cultivate the body. It could even be used on living creatures. It was terrifying. As expected of a technique that can cultivate one's body to the 9th stage. It's really overbearing. Lu Ming was shocked and excited. Then, Lu Ming closed his eyes and began to comprehend. For 3 consecutive days, Lu Ming had been trying to comprehend the 10,000 spiritual combat body. Tens of thousands of miles away from the imperial capital, there was a stretch of mountains that stretched on endlessly like a fairyland. This was the location of the 10-direction sword sect, the 10-direction mountain. At the highest point of the 10-square mountain, a dozen people were sitting in a hall. Each of them was just sitting there casually, but they exuded an aura as vast as the mountains and as deep as the sea, vast and unfathomable. Qiu Wuyang, the sect leader of the 10-direction sword sect, sat at the highest position with a gloomy expression. The atmosphere in the hall was extremely oppressive. Bang! Suddenly, an old man with a cold face slammed the table and shouted, "That brat Tianyun deserves to die for killing the peerless hero of my 10-direction sword sect. Sect leader, please allow me to personally kill Tianyun. This is inappropriate." Another voice rang out. Tianyun and Chonglai were having a life-and-death battle. Countless people in the imperial capital saw it. If we were to kill Tianyun like this, I'm afraid it would incur the wrath of the martial world. Then we can send assassins. The cold-faced old man said. Tianyun is a small matter. Our plan is more important. I don't think we can let Tianyun affect our plan. The person from before said. The crowd fell into silence again. After a while, Qiu Wuyang said, "Let's follow our plan first. As long as everything goes well, Tianyun will be dead. He killed the hero of our Shifang sword sect. He can't live in this world. But let's put it aside for now. Now, let's discuss the specific details of this matter." No one objected to Qiu Wuyang's suggestion. Then, they began to discuss an important matter. In the Supreme Shrine, Lu Ming had been meditating on the 10,000 spiritual combat body for 3 days. 3 days later, he opened his eyes. Then, he moved his hand and a level 2 spiritual herb appeared in his hand. "Refine!" Lu Ming muttered. Following that, the essential qi in his body trembled according to the 10,000 spirit combat bodies technique. A wave of dense qi spread out from Lu Ming's palm and wrapped around the spiritual herb. After a few breaths, the spirit herb disappeared. It was refined into a wisp of strange gas and entered Lu Ming's body. This was the qi of 10,000 spirits. Once the qi of myriad spirits entered Lu Ming's body, it seeped into his entire body. Lu Ming could clearly feel that his physical body was getting stronger. Although the extent was not large and it was very small, it was indeed getting stronger. It was many times faster than ordinary physical cultivation techniques. Amazing, this is amazing. Lu Ming was shocked and his eyes were filled with excitement. Then, he took out a level 3 spiritual herb and turned it into the qi of 10,000 spirits to improve his body. For the next 3 days, Lu Ming continued to refine spiritual herbs and improve his physical body. In these 3 days, he refined no less than 200 spiritual herbs. Finally, his body broke through the limit and reached the 4th grade body in one go. The 4th grade physical body was extremely wondrous. Lu Ming could almost change his muscles, bones, and body shape at will. Even after being injured, the muscles would automatically wriggle, sealing the wound and healing it quickly. His muscles were like steel, and his bones were like steel. His veins were wide and flexible. Lu Ming could unleash his strength without any restraint. This was a huge improvement to his combat strength. Now that my physical body has reached the 4th stage, I can finally start cultivating the 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps. Lu Ming could not wait to take out the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and begin to comprehend it. The pressure from the secret manual was no longer a problem for Lu Ming. However, after a moment, he closed the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and frowned. Because he was completely confused, he didn't know where to start. It was too difficult to cultivate a divine-level martial technique. A god-level martial technique was completely different from the heaven, earth, black, and yellow-level martial techniques. God-level martial techniques were not divided into levels such as the first level, the second level, and so on. God-level martial techniques were very special. Each one was unique in the world, and there were all kinds of differences. For example, the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps was divided into 9 steps. With every step he cultivated, the power would become stronger and stronger. Step by step the power would stack. If he could cultivate the 9 steps, the power of the 9 steps would stack up, and he could crush mountains and break the heavens. The power was terrifying to the extreme. As long as the first step of the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps was cultivated, the full power of the first step could be exerted. At the same time, as one's cultivation level increased, the power of the first step would also become stronger. It was a pity that it was too difficult to cultivate it. Lu Ming studied it for a while but could not find any clues. Looks like I'll have to comprehend it slowly. As long as I put in more effort, I don't believe I can't cultivate it successfully. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and pondered. After comprehending the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps for a while, he began to cultivate the 10,000 spiritual combat body. He had countless spiritual herbs on him, so he didn't have to worry about not having enough spiritual herbs to cultivate. After cultivating the 10,000 spirit combat body for a few hours, Lu Ming condensed a figure on the 3rd platform and fought with it to cultivate his martial arts technique. Chapter 297. The Attack of the Dark Moon Empire. Cultivation knew no time. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been in closed-door cultivation for a month. His physical body had improved the fastest in the past month. After using 3,000 spiritual herbs, Lu Ming's physical body reached the 5th grade. However, after reaching Tier 5, using some Level 1 and Level 2 spiritual herbs to cultivate would have very poor effects. Only Level 3 spiritual herbs had some effect, and Level 4 spiritual herbs were even better. However, Lu Ming did not have many Level 4 spiritual herbs. Lu Ming still had more than 8,000 spiritual herbs on him. However, he felt that even if he refined all of them, he could not cultivate his body to the 6th grade. The higher the level of the body, the more energy it required. Also, after reaching the martial arts Grandmaster realm, one's comprehension of martial arts techniques would be much faster. After a month of bitter cultivation and continuous battles with himself, Lu Ming's martial arts skills had improved at a rapid pace. He had cultivated the ancient shield mantra to the 6th level in one go, and could condense 6 ancient shields at once. His defensive power had been greatly enhanced. As for the 3 palms, he had successfully cultivated the 2nd palm in one go, the beast palm. A palm struck out, a huge beast palm blasted out. Its power was a level stronger than the human path palm. The reason why he was able to improve so quickly was because of the 3rd platform. Of course, he had to pay more than 600,000 crystals for it. Now, with Lu Ming's cultivation at the 2nd tier of the martial arts Grandmaster realm, he would need 10,000 spiritual crystals to condense a figure that looked exactly like him. Each time, it could last for 6 hours. The consumption was extremely shocking. If not for the fact that Lu Ming had a net worth of more than 50 million, he could not afford to spend it. At this moment, Lu Ming's ability could be said to have reached its peak. Although his cultivation was still at the early stage of the 2-dan martial ancestor realm, he could kill Qiu Chonglai in one move if he were to fight him. On the other hand, Li Ping had already arrived at the imperial capital half a month ago to meet Lu Yuntian. When the two met, they were naturally full of warmth. They stayed together every day and were reluctant to part. During this time, Xian Yanqing had also been cultivating in seclusion. As for the golden-eyed blood corpse, Lu Ming had asked it to lie dormant in a place. That day, Hua Qi came to Lu Ming in a hurry and brought him a piece of shocking news. The Dark Moon Empire had sent out 1,000,000 troops to attack the Blazing Sun Empire. The Ghost Moon Saber sect in the north had already asked for help from the Burning Sun Empire. The imperial family's 2 armies at the northern border also asked for help. The entire Blazing Sun Empire was shaken. Although the Inu Empire and the Blazing Sun Empire had always been in constant conflict, it was still rare for them to dispatch an army of 1 million to attack. In fact, there were only a few times in history. Lu Ming, the royal family will be sending an elite army this time, as well as some young powerhouses that the royal family has been secretly cultivating. They'll head north. On one hand, it's to boost the reputation of the royal family, and on the other hand, it's to train these young powerhouses. However, as you know, all geniuses are proud and unruly. No one is willing to submit to the other. My father wanted to choose someone to be the commander of this army and subdue these young experts, but after thinking about it, only you are suitable. Hua Qi said to Lu Ming. Me? Lu Ming was stunned. Yes, there's no one more suitable than you. To tell you the truth, some of these young experts are geniuses from Star Cluster Hall, and some of them were secretly recruited by the royal family and sent to the Blood Zhao Empire's Great Sun Mansion to cultivate since they were young. They all have their eyes on the top of their heads, and ordinary people can't subdue them. Hua Qi explained with a bitter smile. But father said that he won't force you. If you don't want to go, he will find someone else. Hua Qi said. Yes, why not? Lu Ming smiled. He was a rare genius in the past 100 years. He had been noticed by the emperor and sent to the Great Sun Prefecture to cultivate. His cultivation was unfathomable now. Chapter 298. I am the Commander-in-Chief. Hua Ying stood with his hands behind his back. He had an extraordinary bearing, and his eyes revealed a faint arrogance. At the same time, he revealed a look of dissatisfaction. Originally, he had thought that he would be the commander-in-chief this time, but unexpectedly, it had been given to someone else, which made him very unhappy. Your Majesty, I suggest that we change Senior Brother Huaying to be the commander-in-chief. Senior Brother Huaying is well versed in military tactics and has a profound cultivation. He will definitely lead the army and win every battle. The young man from before saluted Hua Zhengxing and suggested. 100 victories? I don't know where this brat came from, but he actually wants to take the position of commander-in-chief. What a joke! Among the 7 martial arts grandmasters of the Star Cluster Hall, someone was unconvinced and sneered. The royal family had always treated the Star Cluster Hall as the leader. The 7 of them were the strongest experts in the Star Cluster Hall. Where did those 3 brats come from? How was it possible for him to covet the position of commander-in-chief the moment he arrived? How could the young expert from the Star Cluster Hall possibly agree? Kid, what did you say? The young man who had been suggesting Hua Ying to be the commander-in-chief looked at the Star Cluster Hall's people with a dark expression. His name was Gao Li, and he had a very good relationship with Hua Ying. Did you not hear what I said? I said that he doesn't have the qualifications to be the commander. If he wants to be the commander, he's a genius of my Star Cluster Hall. That person from the Star Cluster Hall continued to speak. A genius from the Star Cluster Hall? Haha, I'm dying of laughter. A few trash-like things dare to call them Slavier's geniuses. It's really laughable. Gawain laughed in disdain. Who are you calling trash? Today, I'll let you know my power. The young man from the Star Cluster Hall roared and a powerful aura burst out as he walked towards Gao Li. You want to fight? That's just what I want. Gao Li's figure moved and swept towards the other party. At the same time, he threw a punch. This punch was as powerful as a mountain, and a powerful force spread out. The young man from the Star Cluster Hall also shouted and struck out with his palm. As the fist and palm collided, the young man from Star Cluster Hall let out a blood-curdling screech and his body flew out like a cannonball. He fell heavily on the ground and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Second level of Wu Zong. The young man from the Star Cluster Hall shouted. Humph, a mere one-stage martial ancestor realm wants to fight me? You're really looking for death. Gawain said coldly. During this process, Hua Zhengxing did not stop him and just watched coldly. He had already expected this outcome. As long as no one died, he would not care. Now if you are unconvinced, feel free to attack. Gao Li was incomparably arrogant as he swept his gaze across everyone in the Star Cluster Hall. Everyone from the Star Cluster Hall had an ugly expression as they could not help but look at a bald youth in the middle. This bald young man was the #1 expert in Star Cluster Hall, with a cultivation of the 2nd level of Martial Ancestor Realm. I'll fight you. The bald young man stepped forward and stood opposite Gao Li. Boom! There was nothing much to say, and the battle immediately erupted. It had to be said that Gao Li was indeed very strong. Although the bald youth was at the same level as him, he was no match for him at all. In just a dozen moves, he was sent flying and coughed out blood. Humph, you're indeed a bunch of trash. Still not admitting it? I can only say that you have not seen the world and have never seen the geniuses of a big country. You think that just because you are in a corner and have a little achievement, you are self-satisfied? How short-sighted are you? How can you improve like this? Gao Li had his hands behind his back as he looked down at the people of Star Cluster Hall, and berated them with the tone of an elder disciplining a junior. Detestable. Where did these guys come from? How can they be so strong? The faces of everyone in the Star Cluster Hall turned red as they roared in their hearts. They were extremely aggrieved. Hee hee. Gao Li let out a disdainful sneer and said, Senior brother Huaying is much stronger than me. Why don't you accept him as the commander-in-chief? Of course not. A guy who stayed in a big country for a while and thinks he's a genius has come back to show off his strength. What right does he have to be the commander? At this time, a faint voice was heard. Who is it? Gao Li's face instantly turned ugly. Huaying's face darkened. As for Hua Qi, a hint of joy flashed through his eyes when he heard this voice. The owner of the voice was, of course, Lu Ming. With his hands behind his back, Lu Ming walked towards them with Xian Yanqing and the golden-eyed blood corpse by his side. Kid, who are you? How dare you talk to me like this? Gao Li stared at Lu Ming with a gloomy look. Tian Yun, it's Tian Yun. Before Lu Ming could say anything, the young experts from the Star Cluster Hall could not help but exclaim. Lu Ming smiled and said, Who am I? I'm the commander-in-chief this time. You still don't kneel and pay your respects when you see the commander-in-chief. Don't you understand military law? Commander? You're the commander-in-chief? Ridiculous, ridiculous. I can't accept this. Gao Li shouted, then turned to Hua Zhongxing and saluted. Your Majesty, the commander-in-chief this time is no small matter. How can you let such a young boy take up the position? I'm not convinced. Hua Zhongxing's face was calm, and no expression could be seen. He said, Tian Yun is someone that I have my eyes on. What's there to be unconvinced about? Your Majesty, the position of a commander is no small matter. Only the capable can take it. If we let an incompetent person become the commander, it will harm these tens of thousands of soldiers. Gawain said. I agree to let Tian Yun be the commander-in-chief. I'm convinced that Tian Yun will be the commander-in-chief. Suddenly, a young man from Star Cluster Hall shouted. I also agree to let Tian Yun be the commander. I also agree. I'm convinced. The other young men from Star Cluster Hall also chimed in. Tian Yun had killed Qiu Chonglai some time ago, and he was extremely powerful. They were all convinced of his strength. However, Gao Li and the others had just returned from the Blood Zhao Empire and had not heard of Tian Yun's name. At this moment, Gao Li's face was extremely gloomy as he said coldly, A bunch of frogs in a well. They've never seen a real genius, so they can only regard trash as geniuses. Then he looked at Lu Ming. Kid, if you want to be a commander you have to be capable. I'd like to see what you're capable of. With that, a powerful aura emanated from his body and he slowly approached Lu Ming. You talk too much. Hurry up and attack, or you won't have the chance. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Arrogant. Gao Li was furious. He shouted and threw a punch at Lu Ming. The powerful fist force almost penetrated the void. He had used all his strength in this punch. He was determined to teach Lu Ming an unforgettable lesson. However, Lu Ming completely ignored his fist force. He took a step forward and the ground cracked. Lu Ming's figure instantly appeared in front of Gao Li and kicked him. This kick landed directly on Gao Li's stomach. Bang! Gao Li let out a blood-curdling screech as he was sent flying by Lu Ming's kick. He flew thousands of meters away and crashed heavily into a huge rock. Everyone was dumbfounded. This included the Star Cluster Hall's heroes and the 20,000-strong army present. Although they knew that Lu Ming was very powerful, the visual effect was too shocking. The second-level martial arts grandmaster genius was sent flying by Lu Ming's kick. This is what it means to cultivate in a big country? A genius who had seen the world? It's not much? Lu Ming slowly retracted his leg and said indifferently, "Poochie." Hua Qi couldn't help but laugh. Some people from the Star Cluster Hall almost laughed out loud. Hua Ying was lying in the palm print, twitching and foaming at the mouth. Tragic, it was really too tragic. Lu Ming had shown mercy. Otherwise, one slap would have been enough to smash him into a pulp of flesh. Good. The invincible Tian Yun. After a long moment of silence, a loud shout suddenly came from the army. Lu Ming swept his gaze over and saw Ming Feng in the army. The roar just now was from Ming Feng. If it wasn't Ming Zhu and Ming Cheng beside Ming Feng, who else could it be? The invincible Tian Yun. Ming Feng continued to shout. After that, Ming Zhu and Ming Cheng also shouted. Soon, the others seemed to have been infected as well and started to shout as well. The 20,000-strong army let out a deafening howl that shook the heavens. In the end, even the geniuses of Star Cluster Hall started to roar. Lu Ming raised his hand and the entire place suddenly fell silent. Everyone, it is thanks to His Majesty's favor that I am allowed to become the commander of this army. I, Tian Yun, swear that as long as everyone believes in me, I will do my best to lead everyone to great achievements. Lu Ming's clear voice spread throughout the entire venue. Make a contribution, make a contribution. The 20,000-strong army roared. On the high platform, Hua Zhengxing stroked his beard and looked at Lu Ming with admiration in his eyes. How could this be? How did this happen? At this moment, Hua Ying and Gao Li had already struggled to get up, but their eyes were filled with disbelief. All right, Gao Li, Hua Ying, step forward and listen to my orders. Hua Zhengxing suddenly shouted. Your Majesty! Hua Ying and Gawain bowed. Now, Tian Yun is the commander-in-chief. Are you convinced? Hua Zhengxing asked. I'm convinced. The two of them hesitated for a moment before answering. Lu Ming could tell that although the two of them were convincing verbally, they might not be convinced in their hearts. However, Lu Ming did not care. He did not take these two people to heart at all. All right, since that's the case, we'll set off immediately. Hua Zhengxing announced. Not long after, an army of 20,000 soldiers, each riding a tall green-scale horse, left the capital and headed north. The 20,000-strong army formed a long dragon that stomped across the earth. Lu Ming was riding on a tall and majestic green-scaled horse at the front. Xian Yanqing, the golden-eyed blood corpse, and the three siblings from Ming City were following him. Behind them were Hua Ying and the other young geniuses. Ming Cheng, why are you guys here? Lu Ming asked curiously on the way. Because the general of Moonview City is our father. Ming Feng rushed to say. No wonder. Lu Ming had a sudden realization. The place they were going to provide assistance to this time was Full Moon City. Although the royal family was weak, the northern border with the Dark Moon Empire was an important military location. The royal family still had two powerful legions guarding it and listening to the royal family's orders. One of them was the Mountain Army, and the other was the Northern Army. The two legions were both elite and had been through hundreds of battles. Each of them had 100,000 troops and could be considered one of the few elite legions of the royal family. Ming Cheng and Ming Zhu's father was the general of the mountain-suppressing army, Ming Meng. This time, the 1 million troops of the Dark Moon Empire were attacking. The first to bear the brunt was, of course, the Ghost Moon Saber sect. The Mountain Army and the Northern Army were also affected and started a fierce battle with the Dark Moon Empire. The mountain-suppressing army was struggling and had asked for help from the royal family. This time, Lu Ming and the rest were rushing to the mountain-suppressing army's aid. Therefore, the three Ming siblings naturally followed. Along the way, the three Ming siblings were very worried that something bad would happen to their father. The army's speed was naturally much slower than Lu Ming's flying. It would take at least a month's time to travel from the imperial capital to Full Moon City. Chapter 300 The Killer. Soon, 25 days had passed. These 25 days had been calm and peaceful. They had come all the way to Mount Han. In front of them was the 1,000-li cold mountain. As long as they crossed this 1,000-li cold mountain, they would reach Moonview City, which was a 4 to 5 day journey. Let's go into the mountains and set up camp. Lu Ming gave the order. The 20,000-strong army advanced towards Mount Han. After a few dozen miles, they found a flat area to set up camp and had dinner. As night fell, the roars of beasts could be heard from the 1,000 li of Mount Han. Lu Ming asked some of them to patrol and some to rest. Late at night, more than 20 figures were leaping at high speed in the 1,000 li of the cold mountains. More than 20 people, all wearing black robes, moved at a terrifying speed, like ghosts in the forest at night. Not long after, more than 20 figures appeared not far from Lu Ming's army, looking at the military camp. According to the news, the Burning Sun royal family has sent out only young experts this time. The general is also a young man. He's a peerless genius named Tianyun. As long as we kill Tianyun and the other young geniuses, this army will be crippled. A few black-robed men were discussing. I've heard that Tianyun is a genius on the same level as the Scorching Sun's 6 heroes. Leave him to me. A black-robed man with a golden moon embroidered on it said. The others nodded. This golden moon black-robed man was the strongest among them. Come, let's get closer. Jinyue waved her hand, and more than 20 people followed her like ghosts towards the camp. They didn't emit any aura, and they didn't make any sound as they walked. It was silent. It stopped 1,000 meters away from the military camp. One of the tents is emitting the aura of a 3-stage martial ancestor realm expert. That person should be Tianyun. I'll go kill him, you guys go and kill the others. The black-robed Jinyue ordered. The others nodded. Under the moonlight, their figures actually became hazy, and they disappeared without a sound. The golden moon black-robed man was the fastest. He easily passed through the layers of checkpoints and arrived in front of a tent. A young man was sitting cross-legged in the tent. He was none other than Hua Ying. Among the many young powerhouses, his cultivation was the highest. He had reached the later stage of the 3rd level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. The golden moon black-robed man naturally thought that he was Lu Ming. Genius? Die! Killing intent flashed in Jinyue's eyes. A slender black sword appeared in her hand. She and the sword turned into a black lightning and stabbed toward Hua Ying. Hua Ying, who was sitting cross-legged in cultivation, suddenly felt a terrifying aura of death envelop him. All the hair on his body stood on end. Not good. Hua Ying's spiritual sense was extremely sensitive, and he had used it to avoid killing intent many times. At this time, he did not think and rushed into the sky. Even so, he was still a step too late. Puchi! The long sword pierced through his shoulder. As blood splattered, Hua Ying roared and an eagle appeared above his head. This was his bloodline. The eagle's wings flapped rapidly, and he retreated. You're quite capable. You actually managed to avoid my sure-kill sword strike. But you still have to die. The golden moon black-robed man sneered and charged at Hua Ying like a ghost. At the same time, in another tent, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. In front of him, the tent suddenly split open, and a dark sword light stabbed toward his forehead at an extremely fast speed. A 2nd-level martial ancestor realm assassin. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He did not move, but he waved his right hand suddenly. A long spear was condensed instantly and stabbed forward. His speed was much faster than that of a killer. How could this be? The assassin was so shocked that it was too late to dodge. Lu Ming's long spear pierced through his heart and the assassin was sent flying. Buzz! Lu Ming burst out of the tent and appeared in the sky. In the military camp, there were several screams. A young master had been assassinated. There were also young experts who were fighting with the assassins. Chapter 301 Convinced. Huaying was also shocked. He had personally experienced how terrifying the black-robed Jinhua man was. It was not something he could fight against. To be able to avoid an assassination attack was already a feat of extraordinary talent. But now, the Golden Moon black-robed man was sent flying by Lu Ming in one move. The impact on him was too strong. Lu Ming did not care what the others thought. After he sent the Golden Moon black-robed man flying with one move, he took a step forward and charged toward him. At the same time, he struck out with his palm. Boom! In the sky, a huge beast palm smashed down toward Jinhua. Jinhua roared and tried to resist, but it was useless. She was crushed by the beast's palm, and her body fell rapidly. At this moment, Lu Ming had already arrived. The long spear that carried the power of wind and fire pierced through the heart of Jinhua's black-robed man. The Golden Moon black-robed man let out a desperate roar before he died. Never in his dreams did he expect Lu Ming to be so powerful. Wasn't the news he received the same level as the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun? However, other than Qiu Chongkong, most of the Scorching Sun's 6 heroes were only at the peak of the 5th stage of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. He was only at the 6th stage of the martial arts Grandmaster realm, but he was killed by Lu Ming so easily. Was this still the combat strength of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun? Wasn't this almost as powerful as the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking? This was Jinhua's last thought before she died. She was filled with unwillingness and doubt. Swallow! After killing the Golden Moon black-robed man, Lu Ming controlled the 9-dragon bloodline to devour the Golden Moon black-robed man's blood essence. The bloodline of the 9 dragons began to refine the blood essence crazily. On Lu Ming's body, 9 red meridian cycles flashed and disappeared. They were so fast that no one noticed them. That's right. 9 red chakra. Previously, he had obtained 9 portions of 6th grade 4th level demonic beast's blood essence in the Yun Emperor Palace ruins. It was equivalent to 6th grade martial grandmaster. Some time ago in the imperial capital, Lu Ming had refined all of them and completely transformed them into bloodline energy. 9 portions of blood essence that were equivalent to a 6th level martial ancestor realm. How terrifying was that? It would directly raise the 9-dragon bloodline to ordinary level 9, and the next step would be king level bloodline. However, it was extremely difficult to advance from the mortal class to the king class. Who knew how much blood essence was needed? Buzz! As Lu Ming refined the blood essence, he charged in other directions. In that direction, a 2-dan martial ancestor realm assassin was fighting with a young man. That young man was a genius from Star Cluster Hall. At this moment, he was surrounded by danger and could lose his life at any moment. Whoosh! Lu Ming rushed over and stabbed the assassin with his spear. The assassin did not even have the strength to resist before he was killed. His blood essence was devoured by the 9 dragons' bloodline. At this time, there were screams from other places. The golden-eyed blood corpse was simply undefeatable. Its body flickered and one of the assassins was torn apart. In just a short while, 7 assassins had died in the hands of the golden-eyed blood zombies. Xian Yanqing wasn't too far off either. With a wave of her hand, the assassin couldn't resist and his head was inexplicably cut off. There were also 4 people who died in her hands. Retreat! Retreat! The enemy is too strong. It doesn't match the information we received. The remaining 10 or so killers shouted in panic and wanted to retreat. Where do you think you're going? Kill them! The army was alarmed. Countless soldiers rushed out and surrounded the dozen or so assassins. Since you've come, don't even think about leaving. Lu Ming floated high in the sky, his killing intent surging. Then dash! Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming waved his hands and spears were formed one after another. The wind and fire forces were condensed on each spear and turned into a flaming light, shooting toward the fleeing assassins. Ah! Ah! Continuous screams were heard. There was no way to block it. There was no way to block it. The strongest of the remaining assassins was only in the third level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. No matter what methods they used, it was useless. They were pierced through by Lu Ming's long spear and nailed to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the remaining dozen or so assassins were all killed. The 20,000-strong army and the young experts all quieted down. Then they burst out with earth-shaking roars. The general is invincible. The general is invincible. The roars of the 20,000-strong army were especially loud in the middle of the night. The demonic beasts were so shocked that they didn't dare to make a sound. At this moment, the army of 20,000 was convinced of Lu Ming's strength. Lu Ming's divine might had subdued them. On the other side, Huaying looked at Lu Ming with mixed feelings. She gritted her teeth and flew toward Lu Ming. At the same time, Gao Li and the remaining young man who was cultivating in the Great Sun Prefecture flew towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked at the three of them in surprise. Brother Tianyun, no, General, I was blind to have offended you before. I didn't expect that you'd let bygones be bygones and save my life. From now on, Huaying's life belongs to you. Whether it's to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a pot of boiling oil, Huaying will not refuse as long as you say the word. General, Senior Brother Huaying's wish is also my wish. Gao Li swears to obey General's words to the death. Me too. Gao Li and the other young man also shouted. This time, Lu Ming's ability had completely convinced them and they were shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong. If he wanted to kill them, he could do it with a flip of his hand. Previously, they had offended Lu Ming in such a way. They were afraid at the thought of it. Furthermore, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the second-tier martial arts Grandmaster realm. It was simply unbelievable for him to have such combat strength. They understood that the gap between them and Lu Ming was too great. They would never be able to catch up to him in their lifetime. They were convinced of Lu Ming's abilities. No need to be so polite. Since I'm the general of this army, it's my duty to ensure your safety while you're in this army. Lu Ming swept a glance at them and said in a deep voice. I can't wait for the general's generosity. Huaying sighed. All right, now let's take a look. How many people have we lost? Lu Ming waved his hand and instructed. Yes. Huaying quickly cupped her fists and turned around to check. After a while, the result was out. 11 of the young martial grandmasters had died, and 3 of the one Dan martial ancestor realm had died. This was a great loss. One had to know that these were all geniuses that the imperial family had secretly cultivated. They were the future pillars of the imperial family, but now they were dead. As for the others, most of them were injured. The Dark Moon Empire. Lu Ming muttered, the murderous intent in his eyes flickering. At the same time, he raised his guard. The Dark Moon Empire was most famous for its assassins. The killers of the Dark Moon Empire were very famous in the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. Those killers who lurked in the dark could make people tremble with fear and cause headaches. Next, Lu Ming increased the number of patrols and sent out golden-eyed blood zombies to patrol the surroundings. Since the golden-eyed blood corpse didn't know fatigue, it was perfect to patrol the surroundings. Lu Ming returned to the tent to refine the blood essence. Just now, Lu Ming had found an opportunity to devour the blood essence of the assassins. Out of the 20 people, only a few of them were at the Great Martial Master realm. The rest were at the First Martial Ancestor realm and above. The strongest was at the 6th Martial Ancestor realm. The blood essence of these people gathered together was huge. However, after the 9-dragon bloodline advanced to the 9th level, the refining speed was greatly increased. Soon, all the blood essence he had devoured had been refined and turned into nourishment for the 9-dragon bloodline. However, he was still at Tier 9 of the ordinary class and had not advanced to King class. Chapter 302 Grey Wolf Cavalry. That night, it was very peaceful. The next morning, the army set out and continued on their journey. For the next 4 days, Lu Ming strengthened his vigilance every day. However, no assassins from the Dark Moon Empire came. Very soon, they would arrive at Moonview City. According to the three siblings from Ming City, they would only need a few hours to reach Moonview City. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the earth rumbled and trembled. What's going on? At the side, Ming Feng's expression changed. There's a large number of cavalry galloping. It looks like there's a large number of them. Huaying frowned. Huaying was well versed in military tactics and had a very accurate judgment in the field of war. Could it be that my father has sent someone to pick us up? Ming Feng was overjoyed. Impossible! Judging from the sound, there are at least 5,000 soldiers. How could they have sent so many people to pick us up in this situation? Huaying refuted. Stop! Lu Ming waved his hand and the army stopped. Following that, Lu Ming rose into the air and hid in a dark cloud to look ahead. A dozen miles ahead, there was a long line of people running along the mountain path. Each of them was riding on a huge wolf. At a glance, there were definitely more than 5,000 people, maybe even close to 10,000. One of the flags was embroidered with a dark moon on one side and a wolf on the other. The great army of the Dark Moon Empire. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. He then descended and explained what he had seen. What? How could the army of the Dark Moon Empire appear here? Could it be that the Moonview City has already been breached? Ming Feng exclaimed. Father! Mingzhu's voice trembled, filled with worry. I don't think so. Judging from the number of soldiers and the direction of the march, they are most likely going to take a detour to attack the Moonview City. If I'm not wrong, there should be a big war in the city. In this case, when this army arrives, the Moonview army will be attacked from both the front and back. Huaying analyzed. Lu Ming could not help but look at Huaying in a new light. He did not expect that Huaying's analysis of military warfare was so good. Let's lower our voices and advance stealthily. We'll set up an ambush in front and annihilate this army. Lu Ming waved his hand and gave the order. Immediately, the 20,000-strong army dismounted and led their horses forward, setting up an ambush on a hill 2 li away. The hill was covered with weeds and small trees, and the energy was 2 meters high. People and horses couldn't see it at all. At the bottom of the hill, there was a slightly flat mountain path. By the time Lu Ming and the rest were well hidden, the army of the Dark Moon Empire was already approaching. Ow! Awoo! Wolf howls rang out, and the earth rumbled as an army galloped over. Each soldier was tall and burly. They wore iron armor and carried a bow and a large blade. Beneath them were black wall-levers that were 2 meters tall. They howled continuously and emitted a fiendish aura. They're the famous Grey Wolf Corps of the Inua Empire. Huaying's expression changed slightly. Lu Ming's expression changed. He had heard of the Dark Moon Empire's Grey Wolf Army. Most of the land of the Dark Moon Empire was made up of boundless grasslands and highlands, on which countless demon beasts were born. Therefore, the cavalrymen of the Dark Moon Empire were very famous. Depending on the type of mount, it could be divided into multiple legions, such as the Grey Wolf Legion, the Blood Moon Demonic Tiger Legion, and so on. They were extremely powerful. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by the howls of the wall-levers, the front troops of the Grey Wolf Army charged through the mountain road below. Lu Ming did not make a move. It was not the time yet. It would be best to make a move after more people had rushed past. Very quickly, more than half of the Grey Wolf Army had charged through. Kill! At this moment, Lu Ming shouted. He was the first to rush down. Kill! Kill! The 20,000-strong army mounted their green scale horses and roared as they charged down the mountain slope. Not good, enemy attack! The Grey Wolf Army roared. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and rushed down the hill in an instant. He condensed a huge spear that was hundreds of meters long and swept it out. Bang! Bang! In an instant, dozens of Ash Wolf cavalrymen, along with their metal armors and mounts, were destroyed by Lu Ming's spear. Blood, flesh, and bones splattered all over the place. Even the metal armor exploded into pieces and shot out in all directions, piercing through the armor of the other soldiers of the Grey Wolf Army and killing them. Lu Ming had killed more than 50 armored soldiers with one shot. Kill! Lu Ming swept his spear again, and another 50 or so soldiers were killed. Swallow! Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline. His left palm was like a vortex, emitting a powerful devouring force. All the blood essence was devoured by Lu Ming. Although most of these sergeants were at the warrior realm and some were at the master realm, and only a few of them were grandmasters, there were many of them. Lu Ming would not let them go. There was also the blood essence of the ash wolf. Drops of blood essence were all devoured by Lu Ming, and he was refining them crazily. Kill! At this moment, the army on the hill had also arrived. They had cut the ash wolf army into several pieces and surrounded them separately. The scene was in a chaotic battle. Damn it, die! More than a dozen generals in iron armor with powerful auras rose into the air and charged toward Lu Ming and the rest. Clearly, these were the martial grandmasters of this army. Good! Lu Ming rushed forward, and Hua Ying and the other martial grandmaster powerhouses also went to meet him. Lu Ming had his eyes on a 5th-level martial arts grandmaster at first sight. This person should be the strongest person in this army. Bang! Lu Ming swung his spear and the general's armor was destroyed. He coughed up blood and was sent flying backward. This person is too strong, I can't fight him. The general was so scared that his soul almost flew away. He turned around and tried to escape. However, the next moment, a long spear pierced through his heart, killing him. Lu Ming devoured his blood essence and turned to kill the others. The dozen or so martial grandmaster powerhouses were not enough for them to kill. It did not take long for them to kill all of them. They then charged at the Ash Wolf Cavalry. The Ash Wolf Cavalry had a small number of about 10,000 men to begin with. In addition, Lu Ming's group had ambushed them, so they naturally had the upper hand. When Lu Ming and the other martial arts grandmasters joined in, the battle would be even more one-sided. An hour later, the battle was over. More than 10,000 Grey Wolf cavalry had been killed, their corpses strewn across the forest. Calculate the number of casualties. Lu Ming instructed. He waited while refining the blood essence. Not long after, his body glowed with a blood-red light as his blood essence was completely refined. I still haven't advanced. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. At this time, the number of casualties had already been reported. 2,009 people died in battle, and several thousand were injured. This number made Lu Ming's heart tremble. It was beyond Lu Ming's expectations that so many people had died in battle. The Ash Wolf cavalry are too strong. At the side, Hua Ying sighed. In this battle, they had launched a surprise attack and had double the number of people. Even with the help of the martial arts grandmasters, they had lost more than 2,000 people. It was clear how strong the Grey Wolf cavalry were. If it was a head-on battle, the elites of the royal family that Lu Ming had brought along would not be his match at all. Chapter 303, Flood of Steel. It's mainly because of the mounts. The skin of the Wallevers is as hard as iron, and they are extremely fierce. They can run like the wind, and the green scale horses can't even compare to them. Many of the soldiers who died in this battle were torn apart by the Wallevers. Hua Ying explained. What about their Wallevers? How many have we captured? Lu Ming asked. Not many. These Wallevers have long been tamed by the Dark Moon Empire with a secret technique. They will not surrender at all, and will only fight to the death. We barely managed to capture 100, but we can't use them at all. Hua Ying explained. Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows. Let's go. A moment later, Lu Ming led the army and continued on their journey. There was nothing much to think about. Lu Ming did not believe that the army of the Dark Moon Empire was as elite as the Ash Wolf army. If they were all elites like this, the Burning Sun Empire would have been destroyed long ago. There shouldn't be a lot of such an elite army. The army set out and rushed towards Moonview City. At this time, the Moonview City might be experiencing a great battle, so they must hurry over as soon as possible to provide support. They didn't guess wrong. A fierce battle was indeed going on in the Moonview City. Kill! To the north of the Moonview City was a boundless grassland. On the grassland, two armies were engaged in an intense battle. On one side was the mountain-suppressing army, which had a total of 80,000 people. All of them were cavalrymen, and their momentum was as magnificent as a mountain. On the other side was the Inuit army, which only had 50,000 people. However, among these 50,000 people, there was one army that was particularly eye-catching. This was because each of the cavalrymen was riding a Blood Moon demonic tiger. This was the Dark Moon Empire's Blood Moon demonic tiger legion, which was even more powerful than the Grey Wolf Legion. This Blood Moon demonic tiger legion had a total of 10,000 people. The Dark Moon Empire's 10,000 Bloody Moon demonic tiger army as the vanguard, together with the other 40,000 ordinary cavalrymen, were engaged in an intense battle with the 80,000 soldiers of the mountain-suppressing army on the boundless prairie. Hundreds of thousands of iron cavalry galloped on the grassland, causing the ground to shake. A powerful and terrifying aura gathered, stirring up the wind and clouds. The clouds in the sky exploded and were swept away, making it difficult for them to gather. Kill! The sounds of battle shook the heavens as the two steel torrents collided. Instantly, killing intent soared into the sky, and all kinds of true chi swirled wildly. Miserable screams rose and fell, and blood floated in the air, and the smell of blood assailed the nose. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded through the plains, and a few moments later, the two armies of steel charged past, leaving behind a trail of corpses. Adjust the direction, hurry! In front of the mountain army, a burly man in his 50s shouted. He was burly and his hair and beard were all standing up. It looked very similar to Ming City. He was the general of the mountain army, the father of the three Ming siblings, Ming Meng. Thump! Dong! Under Ming Meng's lead, the 80,000 soldiers drew a large arc across the plains and quickly turned around. On the other side, the Dark Moon Empire's army, under the leadership of their general, also quickly turned around. The two armies faced each other again. Armor-piercing arrow, fire! Ming Meng roared. Close to 80,000 cavalrymen took down the armor-breaking bow on their mounts and shot arrows. Swish, swish, swish. A dense wave of armor-piercing arrows was shot towards the Inuit army. Fire! On the side of the Dark Moon Empire, arrows were also shot out in an overwhelming manner. After shooting the armor-piercing arrows, the two armies charged forward madly, charging at each other. Ah! Arrows fell, people screamed, and horses neighed. People were thrown off their horses, and people were killed. This was an armor-piercing arrow. It could pierce through thick armor and was extremely powerful. If an ordinary person were to be shot by an arrow, their entire body would explode. With tens of thousands of people shooting arrows at the same time, even a martial grandmaster would not dare to be careless. If they were not careful, their protective Zhen Qi would be completely consumed by the dense armor-breaking arrows, which would penetrate their defense and kill them. Therefore, an ordinary martial arts grandmaster was not invincible in the face of such a huge army. Once the army formed a battle formation, it was not impossible to kill a martial grandmaster. Such things had happened in history. After shooting a round of armor-piercing arrows, the two sides collided again. The first to bear the brunt were the generals of the two sides. Kill! Ming Meng roared. He wielded a 2-meter-long blade and slashed out. The world seemed to be split apart as he slashed toward the enemy general. Ming Meng's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm. He was also a general who had been through hundreds of battles, and his combat strength was extremely strong. However, the cultivation of the Dark Moon Empire's general was not any weaker than his. He was also at the peak of the 6th level martial ancestor realm. The spear in his hand trembled the space as he waved it. Clang! The two of them exchanged a blow, creating a powerful storm that swept up the nearby cavalry and sent them flying hundreds of meters. Ha ha ha, Ming Meng, today, I will definitely destroy your Yuzheng army and level the Moonview city. The enemy general laughed. You've been saying this every day, is there any use? Ming Meng snorted coldly. However, he had a bad feeling in his heart. The Dark Moon Empire's Grey Wolf army had not appeared, which made Ming Meng worried. Although there were only 10,000 soldiers from the Grey Wolf army, their combat strength was too strong. They could not afford to be careless. Although he had left 20,000 soldiers to defend the Moonview city, he was still not confident. Ha ha ha! The enemy general laughed and exchanged a few more moves with Ming Meng. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers charged over, leaving behind a field of corpses. Roar! Roar! A tiger's roar resounded. The 10,000-strong Blood Moon Devil Tiger army of the Dark Moon Empire was so powerful that they could bite a piece of the formation of the mountain-suppressing army every time. After a few clashes, the mountain-suppressing army had lost thousands of armored cavalry. Ming Meng's heart was bleeding. The mountain-suppressing army was a strong army that he had spent countless efforts and decades to create. It was one of the few powerful armies of the imperial family. Losing even one would make Ming Meng's heart ache. Kill! Ming Meng's hair and beard were all standing up, and he was as fierce as a lion. Boom! 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 At this moment, a violent roar came from the direction of Moonview City. The earth was shaking. Ming Meng's expression changed drastically. It's finally here. The enemy general laughed. It's the Grey Wolf Army. You asked the Grey Wolf Army to take a detour around Mount Han so that you could launch a sneak attack on Moonview City. Ming Meng's expression changed greatly as he roared. Haha, that's right. But it's too late now. How can the 20,000 soldiers you left behind be a match for the Grey Wolf Army? The enemy general laughed. Ming Meng's expression was extremely dark. At this time, he was caught in a dilemma. If he led the army back to help, the local forces would definitely chase after him from behind. By then, the Grey Wolf Army would come to the front and attack him from both sides. The mountain-suppressing army would be in danger. But if they didn't come back, could the Moonview City block the attack of the Ash Wolf Army? Boom! 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 The vibration was getting closer and closer. Ming Meng's expression became uglier and uglier, while the great general of the Dark Moon Empire laughed more and more freely. Haha, today, I'm definitely going to flatten Moonview City, and then lead my army to break into the Blazing Sun Kingdom. What's going on? The Dark Moon Empire's great general started to laugh arrogantly and carefreely, but his expression immediately changed. Because that army did not attack the Full Moon City, but instead rushed towards the Enu Empire's army. Chapter 304 Initial Victory. In the midst of the smoke and dust, one could see that this army was not riding Wollevers, but strong green scale horses. The army of the Burning Sun Empire? The great general of the Dark Moon Empire's eyes widened in disbelief. How could the army of the Burning Sun Empire appear here? What about the Grey Wolf Cavalry? Where did he go? This new army was naturally Lu Ming's group. Kill! Lu Ming took the lead, holding a spear in one hand and exuding a murderous aura. The 18,000 soldiers followed closely behind, stabbing towards the Dark Moon Empire's army like a sharp knife. Kill! Sons of the mountain-suppressing army, come with me and kill those bastards of the Dark Moon Empire. How could Ming Meng miss such an opportunity? He immediately roared, and his voice spread throughout the entire area. Kill! 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 All the soldiers of the mountain-suppressing army roared and followed Ming Meng, charging toward the Inue army. The Dark Moon Empire's face turned extremely ugly as they roared. The enemy doesn't have many people, less than 20,000. We are all elites who have been through hundreds of battles. 10,000 of us should be enough to stop them. At once, the Dark Moon Empire sent out 10,000 cavalrymen to charge at Lu Ming's army. Remember, stop them. Once the Ash Wolf cavalry arrive, we'll kill them all. The Dark Moon general roared. His voice spread across the battlefield to encourage the soldiers. Ha ha ha, the Azure Wolf cavalry you were talking about is them, right? Lu Ming laughed heartily. With a wave of his hand, a storage ring flew out. Following that, the storage ring glowed, and the heads of Wollevers and humans fell to the ground. Those are the heads of the Ash Wolf cavalry. So many. Could it be that all of the Grey Wolf cavalry were killed? Immediately, the army of the Dark Moon Empire became restless. We've already killed the 10,000 soldiers of the Ash Wolf cavalry. Don't expect too much from them. Lu Ming roared and charged at his opponent at top speed. Impossible! The great general of the Dark Moon Empire roared. He found it hard to believe that 10,000 Grey Wolf cavalry had been killed just like that. Lu Ming's words made the army of the Dark Moon Empire suspicious. Some soldiers did not even hold their weapons as tightly as before. Kill! At this moment, Lu Ming's army of 18,000 had already collided with the enemy's army of 10,000. Delude the masses with lies, kill! The leader of the other party was a burly man in the 5th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. As he shouted, he slashed his saber at Lu Ming. Die! Lu Ming roared and thrust his long spear forward. The saber beam shattered and the long spear pierced through the other party's throat. Bang! The spear's radiance didn't stop. It killed more than a dozen people behind it before it disappeared. Lu Ming rode on the green scale horse and charged past. Behind them, Xian Yanqing, the golden-eyed blood corpse, Hua Ying, Gao Li, and the rest followed closely, leading the 18,000 troops. Kill! With Lu Ming as the leader, the Blazing Sun Army's momentum was like a rainbow. They immediately tore a huge hole in the enemy's formation. The Dark Moon Empire's 10,000-strong army was not as powerful as the Ash Wolf Army. Their strength was on par with the army that Lu Ming had led. Naturally, they could not stop Lu Ming. Moreover, the morale of the Dark Moon Empire was low, and they were outnumbered. They were no match for the Sun Army at all, and in a few moments, they had already been scattered. On the other side, Ming Meng led the mountain-suppressing army and held the enemy back, gaining the upper hand. All troops move out! Ming Meng let out a long hiss that spread into the Moonview city. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a large army rushed out of the Moonview city and charged towards them. It was the 20,000 troops that Ming Meng had left behind to defend the city. As a result, the Dark Moon Empire was besieged from all sides, and their morale was even lower. Large numbers of soldiers were killed by the Burning Sun Empire. Retreat! Retreat! The great general of the Dark Moon Empire roared, extremely anxious. He knew that today's defeat was certain. If this continued, he was afraid that his entire army would be annihilated. The Dark Moon Empire's general led the powerful Blood Moon Devil Tiger army and charged forward. Instantly, the mountain-suppressing army led by Ming Meng was broken through. Charge out! The Blood Moon Demonic Tiger army took the lead, followed by the rest of the army. They retreated frantically. The army that was fighting with Lu Ming's group threw away their armor and ran wildly. Kill! Lu Ming roared and led the army to pursue. On the other side, Ming Meng also led the mountain-suppressing army in pursuit. The army was defeated like a landslide. Along the way, the Dark Moon Empire left behind a large number of corpses. Half an hour later, Lu Ming and the rest finally called it a day. In this battle, only about 20,000 out of the 50,000 soldiers of the Dark Moon Empire had escaped. 30,000 had died, and the mountain-suppressing army had seized countless materials. It could be said to be a big victory. An hour later, the two armies met on the plains outside Moonview City. Father! Father! The three Ming siblings rushed towards Ming Meng. Why didn't the three of you stay in the imperial capital and cultivate? Why did you come back? Ming Meng chided with a straight face. Ming Zhu stuck out her tongue and did not make a sound. Father, when we heard that the Inuit army was besieging the Moonview City, we were burning with anxiety. As father's son, how could we not fight against the strong enemy with you? We naturally have to come back to be with father. Well, at least you have some filial piety. Ming Meng's expression improved a little as he nodded. Also, this time around, the royal family has sent an army to reinforce us. The leader is Big Brother Tianyun. Naturally, we have to return together so that we can introduce him to father. Ming Feng said. Tianyun? Could he be the Tianyun who killed Qiu Chonglai from the 10 Directions sword sect? Hurry up and introduce us. When Ming Meng heard Tianyun's name, he was suddenly shocked and hurriedly said. Tianyun pays his respects to great General Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming walked up and cupped his fists. So you're Tianyun. Haha, you're indeed a dragon among men. I'm impressed, really impressed. Ming Meng laughed heartily and cupped his fists in greeting. He was very polite. Great General Ming, you're too polite. This time, I've received orders to fight against the Dark Moon Empire with you. If there's anything I don't understand, please enlighten me, Great General. Lu Ming said politely. I don't deserve your advice. As soon as you came, you annihilated the Dark Moon Empire's Grey Wolf army and defeated the Dark Moon Empire's army in one fell swoop. Also, don't call me General. Just call me Big Brother Ming. Haha. Ming Meng said very heroically. Big Brother Ming. Lu Ming had a strange expression on his face as he swept a glance at Ming Cheng and the rest. Ming Cheng, Ming Zhu, and Ming Feng's faces were frozen, and they were dumbfounded. Lu Ming addressed Ming Meng as Big Brother. Did that mean that they were one generation younger than Lu Ming? What should they call Lu Ming then? Uncle. When they thought of this, the three of them were a little mad. Haha, okay. I'll call you Big Brother Ming then. Lu Ming unkindly agreed and laughed heartily. On the other hand, the three Ming siblings were the complete opposite. Each of them had a bitter face and were against it in their hearts. However, Lu Ming and Ming Meng ignored them. They laughed heartily as they made their way to Moonview City. They were prepared to hold a banquet to celebrate their victory and to welcome Lu Ming and the rest. Chapter 305. Blood-Red Scaled Wolf. For the next 3 days, the army of the Dark Moon Empire did not move, and the Full Moon City was quiet. To the north of the Full Moon City was the direction of the Inu Empire, and to the west was a boundless plateau. The terrain of this plateau was complex. There were boundless grasslands and high mountains. Ta! Ta! The earth trembled. Lu Ming led Xian Yanqing, Huaying, and a few hundred other people. Ming Meng led 3,000 guards and sped across the plains. This plateau was usually used as a training ground for the mountain army, and there were many demon beasts howling in groups. Roar! Lu Ming saw a group of hundreds of wild lions, their bodies shimmering in gold. When they saw Lu Ming's army, they roared and ran into the distance. Not long after, he saw another herd of thousands of black bulls, each 2 meters tall, running wildly on the grassland. There are many demonic beasts on this plateau. If we can capture them and form an army, how strong will our combat power be? Lu Ming smiled as he rode on the green-scaled horse. Little brother Tianyun, you're right. However, the demonic beasts of the plateau are unruly, and there aren't many of them of the same species. It's too difficult to form a cavalry of tens of thousands. If we use different species, it'll be difficult to train them together, and their combat strength won't be high. Ming Meng explained with a smile. Lu Ming nodded. He understood that too. For example, the berserk lion was not inferior to the blood moon demonic tiger. Unfortunately, it was difficult to capture more than 10,000 berserk lions. Furthermore, it was extremely difficult to tame such wild demonic beasts. As the group galloped across the plains, they saw all sorts of demonic beasts along the way. Some moved alone, while others moved in groups. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from the front, and a fiendish aura filled the air. Tadashi! Then, they heard a group of wild lions, giant bears, and other demonic beasts running toward them. The eyes of the demonic beasts were filled with panic and fear. Ow! Wolf howls came from behind them. Then, Lu Ming and the rest saw more than a dozen bloody shadows running wildly toward them. Upon closer inspection, they were not blood shadows, but a dozen huge Wolevers. These giant Wolevers looked extremely demonic. Each of them was more than 2 meters tall and 4 meters long. Their bodies were blood-red and covered in blood-red scales. Even their legs were covered in scales. There was only a ball of fiery red hair on its neck, like a ball of fire. Ow! A wild lion was caught up by a giant wolf, and it was actually unable to resist at all. It was directly slapped over by a claw, and then its neck was bitten off. What a mighty giant wolf! What powerful strength! Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he exclaimed in admiration. This is a blood-red scaled wolf. The weakest of these Wolevers is equivalent to a 7th grade Great Martial Master, and 2 of them are even at the 1st grade Martial Grandmaster. They must have run out from the depths of the plateau. Ming Meng's eyes were also filled with surprise as he spoke. Roar! Roar! At that moment, the demonic beasts in front of them saw Lu Ming and the rest and they quickly avoided them and ran away. However, the dozen or so crimson-scaled Wolevers stopped in front of Lu Ming and the rest. They looked at them ferociously and howled continuously, showing no intention of running away. This type of blood-red scaled wolf is definitely a top-tier mount. Lu Ming looked at the dozen or so crimson-scaled Wolevers with great interest. That's right. It said that this type of blood-scale wolf has the bloodline of a flood dragon. It's invulnerable, can run like the wind, and has infinite strength. It's definitely a top-grade mount. If you have an army of tens of thousands of blood-scale Wolevers, you'll be invincible. Unfortunately, the crimson-scaled wolf might really have the bloodline of a flood dragon, making it extremely proud and unruly. It is extremely difficult to tame them. Even if you use your strength to subdue them, they would rather die than submit. The Dark Moon Empire also drooled over the crimson-scaled wolf, but after so many years, they have been helpless. Ming Meng explained. Oh! Lu Ming was a little disappointed. He had wanted to build a powerful army. Humph! It's just an animal. I don't believe I can't tame it. Huaying snorted coldly and said in an unconvinced manner. Then, his figure rushed out and pounced at the crimson-scaled wolf. Roar! The dozen or so crimson-scaled Wolevers roared and pounced on Huaying, launching a counterattack. Get lost! Huaying shouted coldly and threw a few punches. Bang! Bang! Some of the Grandmaster Realm crimson-scaled Wolevers were sent flying. They rolled on the ground for a dozen times before they got up and shook off the dirt on their bodies. They were completely fine. The two demonic beasts of the first martial ancestor realm had only retreated a dozen steps. On the other hand, Huaying's body also shook. Good fellow, what powerful strength. I'll tame you. Huaying shouted and rushed forward, punching continuously. With Huaying's cultivation, these blood-red scaled Wolevers were naturally no match for him. He was sent flying. Huaying identified a blood-red scaled wolf in the first tier of the martial ancestor realm and rode on it, trying to tame it. Roar! The crimson-scaled wolf let out an earth-shattering roar as if its dignity had been insulted. It flew into a rage, and its body trembled and jumped wildly. At the same time, his body emitted a burning flame that enveloped Huaying. Kneel down! Dang! Huaying roared as he used his full strength to suppress the crimson-scaled wolf. With Huaying's martial grandmaster 3 Dan cultivation and his king-level bloodline, his full power was like a huge mountain pressing down on the back of the blood-scaled wolf. The blood-red scaled wolf howled continuously, but it still couldn't resist and was pressed down. However, it didn't yield. It kept struggling and roaring, looking extremely ferocious. Surrender or I'll kill you! Huaying shouted. Roar! The only response he got was the roar of the blood-red scaled wolf. Detestable! Huaying continued to suppress it. After a while, he was sweating profusely, but the crimson-scaled wolf still did not yield. You're indeed unruly. Lu Ming sighed. At the same time, he felt that it was a pity. This type of crimson-scaled wolf was not too powerful. As long as a portion of them was equivalent to a martial master realm expert and formed an army, it would be extremely terrifying. Ow! At this moment, a loud roar was heard. 2 blood-red lights came from the distance at an incredible speed. They arrived in front of Huaying in a few breaths. One of them pounced on Huaying. Huaying was shocked and threw a punch. Boom! With a loud boom, Huaying's body was pushed back more than 10 meters. At this time, he could clearly see that 2 more crimson-scaled Wolevers had appeared on the field. These 2 crimson-scaled Wolevers were extremely majestic, and they were one size larger than the other crimson-scaled Wolevers. It's equivalent to the 3rd level of Wu Zong. Lu Ming muttered. What's going on? What's going on today? Why are there so many martial ancestor realm blood-scaled Wolevers? Normally, the blood-scaled Wolevers would hide in the depths of the plateau, so why are there so many of them today? Ming Meng was extremely surprised. Roar! The 2 crimson-scaled Wolevers howled as they glared at Lu Ming and the group. Then with a roar, he turned around and ran towards the plateau. The other crimson-scaled Wolevers followed closely behind. Lu Ming, how about we make a bet? At this moment, Xian Yanqing galloped out and looked at Lu Ming provocatively. Chapter 306. A Bet. A Wolf's Denver. A bet. Lu Ming was stunned. That's right, let's use these two blood-scaled wallevers as a bet. We'll each take one of them. Whoever can tame them first wins. The loser has to agree to one condition of the winner. Do you dare to bet? Xian Yanqing said. As soon as he said that, the people around them looked at the two of them with interest. Standing together, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing looked like a golden couple. Moreover, Xian Yanqing had been by Lu Ming's side since the imperial city. Naturally, others thought that their relationship was not ordinary. When Xian Yanqing proposed to make a bet with Lu Ming, the others naturally thought that this was a different kind of flirting between the young couple. At the side, Mingzhu looked at the beautiful Xian Yanqing and sighed in her heart. She thought that perhaps only a peerless beauty like Xian Yanqing could be worthy of Lu Ming. The distance between her and Lu Ming was too great. In the future they would be further apart. After sighing, Mingzhu hid her worries in the bottom of her heart. She revealed a smile on her face and looked at Lu Ming. Why wouldn't I? Lu Ming said with a smile. All right, let's begin. Xian Yanqing's expression was sly as he turned into a beam of light and chased after the blood-red scaled wolf. Lu Ming smiled and similarly moved, stepping on the air and leaving. Let's go and take a look. Ming Meng and the rest chased after them on their horses. However, after a while, they could no longer see the two of them. Forget it, we'll wait for them here, Ming Meng said. The others nodded and began to wait. The blood-red scaled wolf ran at a terrifying speed on the grassland. However, with Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's hot pursuit, they caught up in no time. Buzz! Xian Yanqing's body moved and pounced on a third-grade martial ancestor realm blood-scaled wolf. Roar! The crimson-scaled wolf roared and spat out a pillar of fire at Xian Yanqing. However, with a wave of his hand, Xian Yanqing sent out a palm print and the pillar of fire was dispersed. Xian Yanqing stepped lightly on the back of the crimson-scaled wolf. Roar! The crimson-scaled wolf immediately went berserk. It let out a furious roar and shook its body wildly, trying to throw Xian Yanqing off. However, Xian Yanqing's true qi burst forth, forming a terrifying pressure that pressed down on the crimson-scaled wolf. However, the blood-red scaled wolf howled madly and refused to yield. On the other side, Lu Ming was also standing on the back of the crimson-scaled wolf, channeling his energy to suppress it. But at the same time, the blood-red scaled wolf went berserk and refused to yield. In fact, it was not difficult for Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing to kill the two crimson-scaled wallevers. It was very simple. However, what they wanted was not to kill it, but to tame it. In this way they could not use too much power, or they would kill the crimson-scaled wolf in an instant. He could only use an appropriate amount of strength to suppress the blood-red scaled wolf and wear down its ferocity. Only then could he slowly tame it. This was a process of consumption. Roar! Roar! The two martial grandmaster 3 Dan scarlet-scaled wallevers howled and leaped, trying to shake Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing off. However, the two of them stood firmly on the back of the wallevers. Just like that, the two crimson-scaled wallevers abandoned the other crimson-scaled wallevers and howled as they headed deeper into the plateau. The crimson-scaled wolf speed was too fast. It could easily cross mountains and rivers as if they were flat ground. Not long after, they crossed 1,000 miles. Here, the grassland had disappeared and was replaced by an endless plateau and mountains. The two blood-red scaled wallevers howled continuously as they leaped through the forest. Not long after, they traveled 1,000 miles deeper into the plateau. Ow! Ow! Suddenly, the howls of the wallevers resonated with the two blood-scaled wallevers. Hearing the howls from the wallevers around them, the two blood-red scaled wallevers seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, and they howled even louder and madly. Ow! Awoo! In the surroundings, the howls of the wallevers became even more concentrated, coming from all directions. Then, tall and strong figures appeared from all directions. Blood-red scaled wallevers. They were all around him. The crimson-scaled wallevers glared at Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing, their eyes filled with killing intent. There are so many blood-red scaled wallevers. Could this be a wolf den? Lu Ming's heart stirred. The howls of the wallevers could be heard all around. Lu Ming looked around and realized that most of the blood-red scaled wall-evers were level 2 demonic beasts, which were equivalent to martial masters. Only a small number of them were level 3 demonic beasts. With so many blood-red scaled wall-evers, how powerful would an army be if they were to be used as mounts? Lu Ming's heart could not help but burn. Ow! Ow! At this moment, 2 wolf howls suddenly rang out. These 2 howls shook the heavens and earth, piercing straight through the clouds. After these 2 howls, the other blood-scaled wall-evers in the surroundings all fell silent. Within a radius of several dozen li, the other demonic beasts didn't even dare to breathe. It was extremely quiet. That was Dash. In the next moment, Lu Ming saw 2 blood-red scaled wall-evers walking out from the highest mountain. The 2 crimson-scaled wall-evers were extremely burly and 3 meters tall. They were covered in fiery red scales that looked like they were made of fire jade. They were crystal clear and seemed to have flames jumping out of them. An extremely powerful aura burst out from the 2 crimson-scaled wall-evers. A peak 6th grade 4th level demonic beast is equivalent to a peak 6th grade martial grandmaster. Lu Ming's gaze suddenly flickered. Whoa! At this moment, the other blood-red scaled wall-evers whimpered and prostrated as if they were welcoming the arrival of their king. Are these 2 blood-scale wall-evers the king of the pack? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he thought of this possibility. Looking at the situation, it shouldn't be wrong. Roar! Roar! The 2 crimson-scaled wall-evers appeared and howled in anger. They leaped into the air and pounced at Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing did not dare to be careless. They used their full strength and met the attack. Boom! Boom! With 2 loud bangs, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were both sent flying. What a powerful force! Although this Wolf King is a peak class 6 4th level demonic beast, its combat strength is not something an ordinary class 6 4th level demonic beast can compare to. It's at least at class 7 4th level. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Roar! Roar! The 2 blood-scaled Wolf Kings howled in anger and pounced at Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. The 2 of them began to fight. However, as soon as they started fighting, Xian Yanqing was at a disadvantage. Lu Ming was slightly better, but he was also at a disadvantage. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, he would have no problem fighting against an average 6th grade martial arts grandmaster. He could even kill them. However, against a 7th grade martial arts grandmaster, the difference was too great. He was no match for them. Bang! Bang! After a few consecutive exchanges, Lu Ming's muscles trembled and he retreated continuously. He was at a disadvantage. Bang! On the other side, Xian Yanqing was sent flying. He landed beside Lu Ming, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. However, she did not say a word and did not escape. It was as if she would not leave as long as Lu Ming did not leave. She was very stubborn. Roar! The 2 Crimson Wolf Kings howled as they surrounded Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. Their murderous intent was like a tidal wave. Chapter 307 Taming. Little Qing, why don't we leave this place first? Lu Ming said. With the 2 Wolf Kings here, it was impossible for them to tame the blood-red scaled wolf today. No, I don't believe I can't tame it, Xian Yanqing said stubbornly. Lu Ming was speechless. This girl was throwing a tantrum again. It's just a fake Wolf King. Let's see if they dare to be arrogant in front of the real Wolf King. Xian Yanqing snorted and quickly formed a seal with his hands. Immediately, Xian Yanqing's body emitted layers of black light. Slowly, the black light condensed into a giant Silavira wolf in the air. Moon Howl Wolf. Lu Ming could not help but exclaim. Lu Ming could not be more familiar with this giant Silavira wolf. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing had each obtained half of a Moon Howl Wolf's beast soul in the Dongi tribe's ancestral ruins. Later on, in the battle at the White Tiger Hall, Lu Ming had fused with half a Beast King's soul, killed Lu Yunxiong, and fought Duan Mulin. He was extremely familiar with this giant Silavira wolf. He didn't expect Xian Yanqing to condense a Moon Howl wolf. However, Lu Ming could tell that this did not seem to be a beast soul. It had been condensed and was the embodiment of a kind of cultivation technique. The aura of the sky wolf had weakened a lot. Ow! The Moon Howl wolf let out a deafening howl, and a supreme pressure radiated from it. Although it was only half a beast and had been condensed, the Moonhowl Wolf had been a true demon king, a true king, and the pressure of a superior was extremely powerful. Whoa! Countless crimson-scaled Wallivers howled and lowered their heads, looking at the Moonhowl Wolf in awe. The Moonhowl Wolf's entire body was silvery white, and it stood in the air, howling continuously. Slowly, some of the rank 4 demonic beasts, the blood-red-scaled Wallivers, also knelt down. Roar! Roar! However, the 2 blood-scaled wolf kings kept howling. They looked at the Moonhowl Wolf in the sky. Although they were a little afraid, they did not give in. Furthermore, his eyes glowed with ferocity, as if he was ready to pounce on Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing at any moment. It seems like the 2 wolf kings are very difficult to tame. Lu Ming thought to himself. Ow! The Moonhowl Wolf in the air howled into the sky, and its body glowed with a dazzling Asilavira light. At this moment, Lu Ming's body began to emit a Asilavira light. Then, the Asilavira light condensed into a huge Moonhowl Wolf in the sky. What's going on? Lu Ming was shocked. Could it be that when I fused with the Moonhowl Wolf's soul, there were traces of the wolf left in my body? Now that Xian Yanqing's half of the Moonhowl Wolf has activated it, it's showing itself. Lu Ming's mind whirred and he thought of this. This was the only explanation that could make sense. The Moonhowl Wolf materialized on Lu Ming's body and howled into the sky as well. Waves of mighty pressure emanated from it. The rest of the Wallivers were all lying on the ground, and some of the low-level ones were even trembling. Even a small number of level 4 crimson-scaled Wallivers were lying on the ground obediently, not daring to move. Only the 2 blood-scaled wolf kings continued to howl, but there was finally a trace of fear in their eyes. At that moment, the Moonhowl Wolf above Xian Yanqing's head and the one above Lu Ming's head fused together to form an even larger Moonhowl Wolf. Ow! The Moonhowl Wolf let out a long howl and emitted an extremely powerful king's pressure. It was a pressure that was born to the wolf race. It was high and mighty and could not be provoked. The 2 blood-scaled wolf kings began to tremble, their eyes filled with fear. The Moonhowl Wolf stood in the air, looking down at the 2 blood-scaled wolf kings. There seemed to be a faint displeasure in his eyes. Whoa! The 2 blood-scaled wolf kings were finally scared. They prostrated on the ground and whimpered like 2 dogs raised at home. Tamed. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Ow! The Moonhowl Wolf let out an angry howl. The 2 blood-scaled wolf kings trembled and stood up shakily. They crawled to Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's side and lay down obediently. It really is. Lu Ming muttered, overjoyed. He moved and mounted the back of a blood-scaled wolf king. The blood-scaled wolf king did not resist at all. On the other side, Xian Yanqing also mounted another blood-scaled wolf king. The other one was also very obedient. Lu Ming took a glance and realized that Xian Yanqing's wolf was a female while Lu Ming's was a male. No wonder they were 2 wolf kings. Haha, little Qing, 1 male and 1 female. They're a perfect pair, just like you and me. Lu Ming laughed heartily. Who's a couple with you? You wish. Xian Yanqing snorted and rolled his eyes at Lu Ming. Lu Ming grinned. He was just joking and did not mind. The Moonhowl Wolf in the air howled and transformed into 2 rays of light. They disappeared into Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's bodies. The powerful pressure between heaven and earth also disappeared. Roar! The 2 blood-scaled wolf kings growled and stood up. However, they didn't go crazy or resist. They seemed to be completely tamed. Perhaps, there are still remnants of the Moonhowl Wolf's aura on me and Xian Yanqing. That's why we were able to subdue the 2 wolf kings. Lu Ming made a guess. He then patted the blood-scaled wolf king and said, Call all your subordinates and follow me. Roar! Roar! The 2 blood-scaled wolf kings were very obedient. They let out 2 long howls that spread out for dozens of miles. The other blood-red-scaled Wallivers howled and gathered from all directions. In the end, the surroundings were densely packed with blood-red-scaled Wallivers. It covered the mountains and plains, and one could not see the end of it. So many. Lu Ming was a little stunned. Then he was overjoyed. Lu Ming took a closer look and realized that there were more than 8,000 crimson-scaled wallevers all over the mountain. There were 8,000 of them, and most of them were rank 2 demonic beasts. A small portion of them were rank 3 demonic beasts, and there were even dozens of rank 4 demonic beasts. A level 4 demonic beast was equivalent to a martial arts grandmaster. I'm rich. Lu Ming roared in his heart. Why are you so happy? Don't forget, it's all thanks to me that you were able to tame the crimson-scaled wolf this time. If it were you, you would have run away a long time ago, you coward. Xian Yanqing pouted and said in disdain. Yes, it's all thanks to you. Lu Ming was in a good mood and did not argue with Xian Yanqing. You've lost the bet this time. You won't go back on your word, will you? Xian Yanqing said. Hey, I've also contributed to taming the Wolf King. How do you say I lost? Lu Ming said. What kind of contribution is that? If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have had the chance to tame the Wolf King. If you go back on your word, I'll tell everyone in the camp that you're going back on your word. Xian Yanqing said through gritted teeth. Oh. In the end, Lu Ming could only compromise and agree to one of Xian Yanqing's conditions. What condition? As long as it's within my means, I won't refuse. Lu Ming said. It's not the time yet. When the time comes, I'll naturally tell you. Xian Yanqing smiled slyly and rode away on the blood-scaled Wolf King. Lu Ming rode on the Wolf King and followed. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing took the lead, followed by more than 8,000 blood-red-scaled wallevers. Chapter 308. Crazy. 2,000 li away on the grassland, Ming Meng, Hua Ying, and the others were waiting anxiously. Why haven't the generals returned after so long? Did something happen? Gao Li said with a frown. I don't think so. With your cultivation, you should be able to escape even if you can't defeat anyone below the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm. Hua Ying said. However, his eyes were filled with worry. Ever since they had completely submitted to Lu Ming, they would naturally think of Lu Ming in all aspects. Ming Meng, Ming Cheng, and the rest were also anxious as they looked in the direction where Lu Ming and the rest had left. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the ground began to rumble as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping. Ming Meng's expression suddenly changed. He shouted, Not good, a large group of demonic beasts is coming. This is a beast tide. Listen to my orders. Set up the formation and prepare for battle. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3,000 guards that Ming Meng had brought with him got into formation. They knocked their longbows and prepared for a bloody battle. Boom, boom, boom. The shaking became more and more intense, as if there were many behemoths galloping. Ming Meng and the others' expressions became more and more grave. Ow! Awoo! At this moment, a deafening wolf howl could be heard from the depths of the plateau, piercing through the clouds. Not good, that's the cry of a blood-red-scaled wolf. Why are there so many of them? Where are Brother Tianyun and the others? Ming Meng roared. The others' expressions also changed. From the sound, they didn't know how many blood-scaled wallevers there were, but they were sure that they didn't have enough people. How were they going to fight? Retreat! Retreat! Let's rush back to Full Moon City first. Ming Meng roared. Let's go! One by one, they turned their horses around and charged back. Ah! That's the general and Miss Xian Yanqing. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. It came from a youth from the Star Cluster Hall. What? Ming Meng and the others hurriedly looked over. At the end of the earth, a boundless red appeared. From a distance, it looked like a fiery red sunset. Upon closer inspection, it was not a sunset glow, but a group of robust blood-red-scaled wallevers. As far as the eye could see, the ground was filled with blood-red-scaled wallevers, covering the sky and covering the earth. An extremely dense murderous aura filled the air. Some of the more timid people's legs started to tremble. In front of the boundless crimson-scaled wallevers, there were two of the tallest crimson-scaled wallevers, and their auras soared to the sky. A person sat on each of the scarlet blood beasts. They were Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. It really is Brother Tianyun and Lady Xia. But what's going on? Why are the two of them riding on the crimson-scaled wolf? Ming Meng was dumbfounded. Could it be that the general and the others are being chased by the crimson-scaled wolf? Impossible? The general and the others are riding on two crimson-scaled wolvers, and they seem to have the strongest auras, but they didn't resist. Could it be that the general and the others have already tamed the crimson-scaled wolvers? Tamed? That's impossible, right? Hua Ying and the other young experts were discussing. Ow! Ow! At this moment, the blood-scaled wolf king that Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were riding on let out two howls. Immediately, the blood-scaled wolvers that covered the entire mountain slowed down. In the end, they strolled slowly towards Ming Meng and the rest. This goo is the blood-red-scaled wolf king? Could it be that the blood-red-scaled wolf king has been tamed? How is that possible? Ming Meng's eyes and mouth were wide open, his face full of disbelief. As for those who were originally from the Moonview City, their eyes and mouths were also wide open as they looked on in a daze. At this moment, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were already not far away. Brother Tianyun, you've tamed these two blood-scaled wolf kings. Ming Meng asked in a daze. Haha, big brother Ming Meng, we were lucky to have succeeded. We chased the two wolvers from before, but we didn't expect to chase them all the way to the lair of the crimson-scaled wolvers. We encountered these two scaled wolf kings and were lucky to have successfully tamed them, so we got the wolf king to give the order to bring this entire nest of crimson-scaled wolvers here. Lu Ming explained. Zhenzhen was lucky. Ming Meng's lips trembled as he tugged at his beard. Even now, he was still in shock, as if he was in a dream. The 3,000 guards he had brought with him were not any better. They all thought they were dreaming. Taming the blood-scaled wolf king? However, he had never heard of anyone succeeding. But now, Lu Ming had succeeded the moment he came and even brought back a den of crimson-scaled wolvers. Big brother Tianyun is invincible. Ming Feng reacted quickly. He shouted and ran to Lu Ming's side. Big brother Tianyun, can you give me a blood-red-scaled wolf as a mount? After a few days of struggle, the three Ming siblings decided to be friends with Lu Ming on their own, regardless of how their father and Lu Ming addressed each other. Otherwise, they would really have to call Lu Ming uncle. Of course you can choose one yourself. Lu Ming smiled. Thank you, big brother Tianyun. Ming Feng was overjoyed. He immediately picked a Class 6 third-level blood-scale wolf and rode it. Roar! As soon as Ming Feng mounted it, the blood-red-scaled wolf let out a furious roar. Roar! At this moment, Lu Ming patted the wolf king he was riding on. The wolf king let out a loud roar and immediately, the blood-red-scaled wolf became obedient and whimpered. Ren Ming Feng rode on it. Haha, let's go! Ming Feng patted the crimson-scaled wolf. The crimson-scaled wolf immediately howled and rushed out like the wind. After a while, it ran back. Haha, cool, this is too cool. Ming Feng laughed. This made the others unable to stand it. General, give this general one. Hua Ying shouted. General, I also want one. The other young men called out. You guys can choose. Lu Ming waved his hand. Hua Ying and the others were overjoyed. The few of them were all martial arts grandmasters, so they naturally picked the level 4 ones. Hua Ying picked a 4th grade 4th level beast, which was equivalent to a 4th grade martial grandmaster. The others had also picked suitable ones. For a time, the howls of wolvers could be heard continuously. Red light leaped across the grassland as they tried out their newly obtained mounts. This is so cool. This is a real mount. With such a mount, killing enemies is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. Hua Ying and the others laughed. Ming Meng looked on with envy. With his status, he was too embarrassed to ask Lu Ming for it. Big brother Ming Meng, this one is for you. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a tall and burly crimson-scaled wolf stepped forward, exuding a powerful aura. It was a Class 5 Level 4 blood-scale wolf, second only to the two wolf kings. Brother Tianyun, how can I accept this? Although he said he was embarrassed, his eyes were already fixed on the blood-red-scaled wolf, unable to move away. Big brother Ming Meng, why are you being so polite with me? Take it and ride it. Lu Ming said with a smile. All right, then I won't stand on ceremony. Ming Meng was overjoyed and hurriedly jumped onto the crimson-scaled wolf. He controlled the crimson-scaled wolf to run a big circle, the smile on his face so thick it couldn't be dispersed. Let's go back to the camp. Lu Ming waved his hands and said. At once, more than 8,000 crimson-scaled wolvers followed Lu Ming and the rest in a grandiose manner, heading toward the Moonview City's military camp. Along the way, Ming Meng's 3,000 guards looked at the crimson-scaled wolf with envy. However, they knew that they belonged to the mountain-suppressing army and not Lu Ming. They would definitely not get a share. Chapter 309. Blood-Red Iron Cavalry. When Lu Ming and the rest returned to Moonview City, it naturally caused a great sensation. The entire Moonview City was shaken. The 100,000 soldiers of the Yuzheng army were even more shocked and envious. On the other hand, Lu Ming's 18,000-strong army was extremely excited. They knew that the crimson-scaled wolf would definitely be assigned to them. As expected, from the second day onwards, Lu Ming began to pick out 8,000 of the strongest soldiers from the 18,000-strong army. Each of them was given a crimson-scaled wolf. Every single one of these 8,000 soldiers had a cultivation base of at least 9th-grade warrior realm. 2,000 of them were at the Master Martial realm, and about 100 of them were at the Grand Master Martial realm. 8,000 of them formed a scarlet blood-scaled wolf cavalry. The people who were assigned to the crimson-scaled wolvers were extremely excited. A powerful mount meant that their combat power was stronger. Not only did they have a higher chance of surviving on the battlefield, but they also had a higher chance of killing their enemies and making contributions. Each and every one of them was extremely grateful to Lu Ming. They were deeply grateful. Many of them even secretly swore to follow Lu Ming till death. As for those who did not get a crimson-scaled wolf, although they were a little envious, they were not jealous. They knew that the reason they were not assigned to the crimson-scaled wolf was because their cultivation was not high enough. On the other hand, Lu Ming was an unparalleled genius with a reputation that shook the Blazing Sun Empire. His future was limitless. They secretly vowed to follow Lu Ming and cultivate diligently. There would definitely be benefits. Lu Ming did not expect that this move would make his army more convinced of him and make him more prestigious. 2 days later. Boom, boom, boom. On the prairie, a group of blood-scale wolf cavalry whistled past like a gale, their momentum shaking the heavens and earth. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were riding at the forefront. Despite the strong wind blowing and hitting their faces, the light in Lu Ming's eyes grew brighter and brighter. As a man, leading an army of iron and blood, sweeping across the battlefield, making achievements, and having a beauty by his side, what could make one's blood boil more? Ow! Awoo! The 8,000 cavalrymen howled as they passed by. On the grassland, the other demonic beasts saw this and ran in fear, not daring to stop at all. In the distance, Ming Meng led the army and watched in shock. Facing such power, most of the mountain-suppressing army revealed expressions of fear. Who can stop such an army? Ming Meng sighed. It's a pity that there are only 8,000 of them, and the cultivation of each knight is too low. Otherwise, they might be a surprise army to fight against the Dark Moon Empire. A deputy general beside Ming Meng sighed. That's right. The Dark Moon Empire has 100,000 soldiers like the Blood Moon Demonic Tiger Army and the Ash Wolf Army. If they attack together, Tianyun's 8,000 Blood Red Cavalry will not be a match for them. Another deputy general sighed. Don't ask for too much. 8,000 Blood Red Iron Cavalry is equivalent to 100,000 ordinary soldiers. To our Moonview City, this is a great thing. Ming Meng said. In the next few days, there was no movement from the Dark Moon Empire. Lu Ming led the blood-red scaled wolf cavalry to practice on the grasslands, trying to build up the tacit understanding between the soldiers and their mounts. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. The 8,000 soldiers and the blood-red scaled wolf had already gotten used to each other. On the 6th day, a piece of news suddenly came. The Northern Battlefront Army, which was 3,000 miles away from the Moonview City, had sent an urgent message to the Mountain Town Army for help. They were under the frenzied attack of the Dark Moon Empire's army. General Ming, it's urgent. I'll lead the blood-red cavalry to ask for help. In the main tent of the military camp, Lu Ming, Ming Meng, and the others were discussing this matter. Lu Ming directly suggested that he lead the blood-red cavalry to rescue them first. The Northern Battlefront Army was another powerful army of the royal family in the north. They were closely related to the Mountain Battlefront Army. Once the Northern Battlefront Army was destroyed, the Mountain Battlefront Army would be in danger as well. Therefore, they had to save the Northern Battlefront Army when they were in danger. The blood-red cavalry were the fastest, so they were the most suitable to go first. All right. Brother Tianyun will go first. The Northern Army will be right behind you, Ming Meng said. After a while, the blood-red cavalry rushed out of the camp like the wind and headed toward the Northern Battlefront Army's northern city. The 3,000 li journey only took 4 hours under the charge of the blood-red cavalry. The blood-red iron cavalry could travel tens of thousands of li in a day. When Lu Ming and the rest were on a grassland 100 miles away from Zhenbei City, they saw countless people fighting. There were at least 100,000 people in a chaotic battle, and their shouts shook the sky. The Ash Wolf Army and the Blood Moon Demonic Tiger Army. Lu Ming could see at a glance that there were 2 legions in the Army of the Dark Moon, each with about 10,000 men. They were extremely powerful and were launching a fierce attack on the Northern Battlefront Army. The Northern Battlefront Army had about 60 to 70,000 people. They were surrounded by the Army of the Dark Moon Empire and were constantly charging. The smell of blood filled the entire grassland. Kill! Lu Ming roared and led the way with Xian Yanqing, charging towards the 10,000 soldiers of the Ash Wolf Army. Oh! It was obvious that the Grey Wolf Army had also discovered Lu Ming and the others. They gathered their strength and charged toward them. But halfway through, the Grey Wolf Army let out terrified screams. What's that? Oh my God, it's a blood-red scaled wolf? How is that possible? It's really a blood-red scaled wolf. It's an army of blood-red scaled wolvers. Countless people in the Grey Wolf Army looked forward in shock. Ow! The blood-red scaled wolf howled, its eyes red as it charged forward. Whoa! The wolvers that the Grey Wolf cavalry rode on actually let out terrified cries and slowed down. Damn it! Charge! Charge! Don't be afraid! The general of the Grey Wolf Army roared as the saber in his hand cut the skin of the Grey wolvers, causing blood to flow. The others did the same and cut open the wolf's skin. The wolf was injured, and its ferocity was triggered. It suppressed its fear and charged at the blood-red cavalry. Kill! Annihilate this Grey Wolf Army! Lu Ming roared, his voice filled with murderous intent. When he led his army out, the first thing he had encountered was the Grey Wolf Army. In that battle they had launched a sneak attack and had the advantage in numbers. 2,000 of them had died in the battle. Lu Ming was still brooding over that. Now that he had seen another group of Grey Wolf cavalry, his killing intent was naturally sharp. Kill! The rest of the blood-red cavalry were in a similar mood as Lu Ming. They roared and charged forward. Bang! The 2 armies finally clashed. However, the seemingly powerful Grey Wolf cavalry were as fragile as tofu in the face of the blood-red cavalry. As soon as the 2 armies clashed, the Ash Wolf cavalry were torn in half, their screams echoing through the air. Roar! The blood-red scaled wolf was incomparably ferocious. With a howl, it slashed out with its claws, tearing the Ash Wolf cavalry in half. In just a few moments, the formation of the Grey Wolf cavalry was torn in half by the blood-red cavalry, leaving thousands of corpses. Kill! Lu Ming changed his direction. The 8,000 blood-red cavalry followed him and charged towards the remaining Ash Wolf cavalry. This was a battle without any suspense. The difference in combat strength was too great, and it was a completely one-sided slaughter. Run! Help! Don't kill me! Let's go! The Ash Wolf cavalry howled in misery. Chapter 310 Destruction. Swallow! Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline. The terrifying devouring power was attached to his left palm. His left palm was like a black hole, devouring the rolling blood essence. Wherever he passed, be it the blood essence of humans or whatever's, he would devour and refine it. This time, Lu Ming split half of the energy to increase his cultivation. Although the Grey Wolf cavalry were not very strong individually, they had the advantage in numbers. His cultivation base was slowly rising. Kill! Kill! The blood-red cavalry's shouts shook the heavens as they continued to take the lives of the Grey Wolf cavalry. The commotion here naturally alerted the battle on the other side. The Grey Wolf army is about to be destroyed. Our reinforcements are here. A loud shout came from the Northern Army. As for the army of the Dark Moon Empire, they were extremely shocked. Send reinforcements to the Grey Wolf cavalry, quickly! A general shouted. Instantly, 20,000 ordinary armored horsemen charged toward Lu Ming and the rest. Kill, exterminate them! Lu Ming roared and took the lead in charging towards the 20,000-strong army. The other blood-red cavalry followed closely behind. At this moment, the 10,000 Grey Wolf cavalry were almost completely annihilated. Only a few hundred people were left, and they were fleeing in all directions. The blood-red cavalry once again formed a knife-like formation and charged toward the enemy. This time, it was even more one-sided. The moment they clashed, the enemy's 20,000 cavalrymen collapsed. The blood-red scaled wolf howled, and the enemy's mount trembled, its combat strength greatly reduced. The blood-red scaled wolf waved its claws, and several cavalrymen were torn apart. Without any power to resist, it was still a massacre. Send out the signal for reinforcements. An exasperated roar came from the Dark Moon Empire's army. Then, fireworks flew into the sky, forming a dark moon. The fierce battle continued. The blood-red scaled wolf went into battle for the first time and displayed unparalleled combat power. Facing an enemy that was several times its size, it easily tore apart the enemy's battle formation and slaughtered the enemy cavalry. Corpses were everywhere, truly everywhere. In the middle of the battle, Lu Ming's cultivation had a breakthrough and reached the middle stage of the second level of martial ancestor realm. Boom! 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 Not long after, a deafening sound of vibration rang out in the world. In the distance, a tiger's roar shook the sky. It was the Blood Moon demonic tiger. The overwhelming Blood Moon demonic tiger army was charging towards them. There were a total of 20,000 Blood Moon demonic tigers. In addition to the 10,000 from before, the Blood Moon demonic tiger army had a total of 30,000 people. Kill! Annihilate that blood-scale wolf cavalry. The leader of the Blood Moon demonic tiger legion was a general in blood-red armor. He was extremely burly and held a mace in his hand. His aura was as strong as a mountain. What a strong aura! This is the aura of a 7th-level martial ancestor. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and a hint of solemnness appeared. Kill! Without any hesitation, Lu Ming led the 8,000 blood-red iron cavalry and charged towards the 20,000 Blood Moon demonic tiger army. The two armies were getting closer and closer. Brat, die! The blood-armored general roared and smashed the mace in his hand toward Lu Ming. Boom! 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 The mace smashed down, and the space shook violently. Golden Eye! With a thought, the golden-eyed blood zombie beside him roared and charged at the blood-armored burly man. Boom! Boom! The golden-eyed blood corpse and the blood-armored general clashed, causing loud rumbles. Whoosh! Lu Ming stabbed with his spear. The power of wind and fire fused and exploded. Bang! Lu Ming's spear pierced through the heart of a 5th-tier martial arts grandmaster and he fell to the ground. Lu Ming rushed over and devoured his blood essence, refining it at an extreme speed. Then he swept his long spear across. 100-meter-long spear radiance swept across, and dozens of Blood Moon demonic tiger cavalrymen were blown up. Their flesh and blood, metal armor, and fragments scattered all over the ground. Kill! The two sides were engaged in a great battle. The battle was extremely brutal. Boom! Boom! The golden-eyed blood corpse roared and attacked the blood-armored general without fear. The blood-armored general was at a complete disadvantage. Beast Palm! Lu Ming threw a huge beast palm at the blood-armored general. Great demonic palm. Not far away, Xian Yanqing also sent out a few palm strikes. His ink-black palm prints were also aimed at the blood armor general. Bang! Bang! Although the blood armor general was very brave, he couldn't take the fierce attacks of the golden-eyed blood zombie. In addition to Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's attacks, his body shook violently as he spat out blood and retreated. Chi-chi! However, the golden-eyed blood zombie wouldn't miss this opportunity. It pounced forward and its 10 fingernails were sharper than sabers. They instantly tore the blood armor general's armor into pieces. Lu Ming rushed forward and devoured his blood essence. This was the blood essence of a 7th-level martial ancestor realm martial artist. It was simply too shocking. Lu Ming continued to refine and his cultivation level began to increase rapidly. The general has been killed. Someone from the Blood Moon Demonic Tiger Legion shouted. The Blood Moon Demonic Tiger Army's general had been killed, and their morale had plummeted. On the other hand, the Blood Red Cavalry's morale had risen. General Tianyun is invincible. General Tianyun is invincible. The Blood Red Cavalry roared as they charged towards the enemy. Slowly, the Scarlet Demonic Tiger Army began to collapse. On the battlefield, victory and defeat could be determined by a hair's breadth. Once it collapsed, the army would be defeated like a landslide. Kill! The Blood Red Cavalry's eyes were bloodshot as they madly charged at the enemy. Hold on, hold on! A deputy general of the Blood Moon Demonic Tiger Legion roared, trying to block the attack and turn the tide. However, it was all in vain. The Blood Moon Demonic Tiger Legion's defeat was already set in stone. Boom! Boom! In the distant sky, a series of explosions could be heard. What? Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he looked in that direction. A dozen miles away in the sky, there was also an intense battle. That was the battlefield of the experts. That was because the people fighting there were all experts above the martial arts Grandmaster realm. There were 40 to 50 people fighting in the sky. Lu Ming realized that there were actually experts from the Mystical Sword sect and the Ghost Moon Saber sect among them. The others were undoubtedly powerhouses of the Inue Empire. That's Qiu Yu. Lu Ming suddenly saw a familiar figure in the crowd. It was Qiu Yu. It was obvious that Qiu Yu had already reached the martial arts Grandmaster realm after not seeing her for such a long time. Huaying, I'll leave the Blood Red Cavalry to you for now. Suddenly, Lu Ming's loud shout could be heard from afar. Huaying was stunned. Although she did not understand the reason, she immediately replied, yes. On the battlefield, one only had to obey. All right, I'll leave the Blood Red Cavalry to you, Lu Ming said. There was no longer any suspense in the battle here. Lu Ming was assured to leave it to Hua Ying, who was well versed in the art of commanding troops. Goldeneye, let's go! Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he rose from the blood-scaled Wolf King's body and flew into the sky. The golden-eyed blood corpse followed closely behind Lu Ming. The distance of a dozen miles was covered in an instant. Who is it? The moment Lu Ming arrived, an expert from the Dark Moon Empire had his eyes on him. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.